The Vienna Connection.
I'm sure it has been cleared for electronic devices.
Yeah, I think we can safely assume that to be the case, sir.
Trouble I have to go to bring you lot a cup of tea. Trust nothing and no one in this place anymore, and it's getting worse every day.
Thank you, Mrs. Heaton. You can leave another packet of biscuits, I think.
Very good, sir.
Is all secure, Robson?
All secure, sir. Soundproofing, air conditioning in order. No electronic activity registering.
Well, gentlemen, we can now turn to item number 3 on the agenda. As you know, the Americans are very concerned about the situation. The President recently raised the subject with the Prime Minister, who promised cooperation. As a result, we have the Under-Secretary on our necks, demanding, to use the historic phrase, action this day.
But the Vienna Connection's been a thorn in our side for years.
All the more reason I would have thought for concerted action.
Once before we collaborated in a scheme to solve the problem, and the Russians seem to know our moves even before we made them.
Which is perhaps why our actions have proved to be so ineffective. Hart, what's your opinion?
I reiterate Robson's point, sir. Whatever we do, they seem to know what we're up to. That's the problem. Whether there's collaboration or whether we go it alone.
Slingsby?
Oh, for years we've suspected a leak in Vienna. I feel this must be plugged before we can make any positive moves.
I agree with the strategy, Slingsby, but we are committed by the PM to take action with the Americans. We have to start the ball rolling, as it were.
But how? Without them getting to know in advance, sir.
I had rather hoped that you, as heads of the various sections concerned, would be telling me.
We are being precipitated into making moves that could turn out to be rash and ill-advised. We're naturally reluctant to commit ourselves, Mr. Strafford.
So I see.
Whatever we do, we need a completely fresh approach. New operators and completely separated from any of the old structures.
I couldn't agree with Robson more, sir. A completely fresh approach.
And free of all existing organizations in the area. That is imperative.
Well, gentlemen, all we have to do now is find the fresh approach. How would you feel if we had, say, a cotton wholesaler travelling with a wife who is pregnant, accompanied by an Irish aunt?
Well, ideal cover, sir. Better than a full-time operative using such a cover. But how do we find the cotton wholesaler wife and aunt?
Am I correct in thinking you're referring to my Haywood and Company, sir?
You are, Robson.
Well, they have been used on 2 occasions.
And with admirable results.
Ah, but for how long?
As long as Haywood is travelling abroad selling his wares. How many trips does he make in any given year? And how many times have we used him? It could be argued we haven't made enough use of him.
Not by me, sir. We've already exposed them to 2 highly dangerous situations. Caesar's knives, and before that, the Essen operation.
Which means they are now experienced and reliable.
But it's too much to ask of them without putting them in the picture.
We can't possibly do that, no. We must confine the information to those here present, and even fewer Americans.
But if things get out of control...
Then we had better make sure that this time things do not, I repeat, do not get out of control. I, too, will take a hand in the arrangements, Robson. I'll start making overtures to the Americans about Madeleine. And meanwhile, you might let me have Haywood's file.
Haywood and Company, good morning.
Jean, this is Mrs. Haywood. Could I speak to my husband? It's rather urgent.
One moment, Mrs. Haywood.
Jean, tuck these up. 2 copies.
It's
and...
your wife.
Oh, well, I'll take it here. Thanks. And how's my expectant spouse?
Michael, could you come home? Right away.
But it's 11:20. Darling, you're not going into premature labour, right?
No, I'm not going into premature labour or anything else of that nature. Having a baby isn't an illness, as you and apparently everybody else seems to think these days, darling. I'm blooming. Blossoming. Never felt better.
You're eating chocolates.
Mothers-to-be have the right to be a little self-pampering. I didn't ring to talk about my health. It's just... Well, we've had a funny, peculiar parcel.
funny, peculiar parcel? How peculiar?
Odd. Strange. Not a normal parcel.
It's not ticking, is it?
No, it's not ticking. Bulging would be a better word. Bulging with surprise. I don't think we should discuss it any further on the phone. Come home and take a look.
I think I'd better.
You'll never believe what Father Christmas is sending you this year.
Money. Lots of it. All in £10 notes.
And in mint condition, I might add.
Well, how did it get here?
You might well ask. I saw a plain van outside. A man seemed to be coming to the door, but the bell didn't ring. He never reached the doorstep as far as I was concerned. Next thing I saw, the van was being driven away.
So how did you come to find the parcel?
At first I thought he must have come to the wrong house, realised his mistake and cleared off. Then I just had a feeling that this was the address that he was looking for. You see, he wasn't uncertain in any way. He seemed to know where he was going, so I went to the front door and, lo and behold, there was nothing. Then I went round the side of the house. There it was, by the kitchen door.
How discreet of him.
And how unobtrusive. A plain brown paper parcel, no address, no indication of sender, no marks whatever.
Unblemished brown paper.
Do you think they could be forgeries?
Damn good ones if they are.
Well, what are we going to do?
As possession is 9 parts of the law, and as I have more than a faint suspicion where this parcel might have originated, I suggest we go out and spend it.
What about our accountant? Well, what if the tax people find out?
I'm inclined to think, darling, that the reason for the plain brown paper parcel is just that, so that our accountant and the taxman don't get to know about it. Well, you can't very well put on a tax form or in the firm's books to spying £5,000.
You think it's them?
I would hazard a guess it is none other.
But that Rome trip we did, I mean, that wasn't spying. It was merely helping with government inquiries.
How discreetly put, Doris. Oh, well, Aunt Claire will be delighted. Split 3 ways, her Christian charities should benefit enormously.
I heard that, Michael Haywood.
You were meant to, Aunt Claire. You come into money.
Me? Money? Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, take a look.
Heavens above. And what's all this spilling out of that parcel now?
Special delivery, Doris tells me.
Oh, you're pulling me leg. Will you let me get to the sink, Michael? I've these potatoes to do. Where's it come from?
Oh, we're not exactly sure, but it might come under the general heading of government expenditure. Oh, I don't answer it. 439-3635.
Haywood?
Robson, I must be psychic. I'd been expecting a call from you, or your colleagues.
As you're speaking from home, I gather you got the parcel.
We did. Brown paper and totally anonymous.
Our speciality. It's a thank you for your efforts, a token of our appreciation, non-deductible, non-declarable.
And no receipt needed?
No, just the confirmation that it adds up to 5.
The thousands?
Yes. We rather messed up your honeymoon, and who can put a monetary value on that?
Who indeed?
Some things money can't buy, Haywood.
I'm glad to hear such principles still exist in our materialistic age.
Which is why we thought we might make amends in a more realistic way.
A more realistic way? And what way might that be?
Another honeymoon. Vienna is marvellous at this time of year. We've tickets for you and Doris and Aunt Claire. We've even booked for you at a concert given by the Vienna Boys Choir.
How thoughtful. But isn't that taking a little too much for granted?
Oh, Haywood, I'm sorry. You're offended.
No, not offended. Suspicious.
No need, no cause for it. We often pay by brown paper parcels, and we often provide holidays for...
For what, Robson?
For small favours.
Ah, now we're coming to it. The strings attached section.
Oh, Haywood, you are suspicious. The only thing required is a small, simple, courier-type, routine assistance. There's a woman called Madeleine. We'd just like you to keep her company on the plane.
As part of our party, so she passes unnoticed.
That's it in a nutshell, old man. Simple and straightforward.
Those are 2 things I would never suspect you of being, Robson. As innocence is to children, complication and deceit is to your calling.
If you're interested in our offer, you'll be met at the airport tomorrow. 9:15, sharp.
Will the passengers for flight 759 for Rome, bound for
Does that bring back memories, darling?
Of a rather exciting honeymoon. And Aunt Claire associating with the devil. Or its nearest equivalent, a KGB colonel.
Oh, there's some good in everyone, my mother used to say.
Not everyone. There must be some exceptions.
Over there.
Ah, Robson, good morning. We were just talking about you.
Favourably, I hope.
No, as exceptions to certain rules.
I see there's been patches of fog about the country, and I thought there might be some delay. But fortunately, this airport is clear.
I see you have an assistant. Well, aren't you going to introduce us? Manners, Robson?
Yes, an assistant to Robson is what I am. I'm the one who collects the tickets. I have yours here, Mr. Hayward.
I must say you look most distinguished for a messenger boy. When I said Robson's assistant, I was being facetious. You look much more than that.
Appearances are often deceptive, Hayward.
Hayward, eh? No mister? You seem so authoritative as well for a mere assistant.
Hayward, I wonder if, while we're giving you the tickets, we might have a quiet word with you.
We'll get some magazines. Over there, I think, Aunt Claire.
Yes, now just get myself a knitting pattern.
Madeleine is already aboard the plane. She's flying from Toronto. One of our men is with her, a chap called Wimbledon.
Wimbledon?
Like the home of tennis. He's often been ribbed about it.
No doubt.
Likes tennis, too, which makes it a bit awkward at times. You're all booked in at the St. Stephen Hotel.
A foursome or fivesome?
Foursome. Your party and Madeleine. Wimbledon will just see you settle in, and then we have something else for him.
I bet it isn't a game of tennis.
Could well be, Hayward. We like to see our men take part in sport and other recreational activities. We look after our employees.
I'm glad to hear it.
Which is why I'd like you to memorize this phone number.
That's an Oxford number, isn't it?
Yes. You can dial it direct, STD, etc. The reply will be, Burnage College, can I help you? Now, all you have to do is ask for Professor Kingsbourne, and you'll spell out the Bourne, stressing there's a U in it.
Now, why do I need to ring such a number when I'm only doing a routine escort courier service?
I suppose the answer is we just like to be careful.
I thought that would be your reply. But what is the truth?
You do make things difficult, Hayward. All I can say is, if you have any problems, give us a ring. Happy honeymoon.
Pity Aunt Claire's on her own.
No, she has got a seat by the window. She looks as if she's happily finishing off the decade of the rosary she always says on takeoff.
I hope she's saying one for all of us.
Well, whatever makes you say that, Doris?
I just have a feeling about this trip. Something isn't right.
How do you mean?
I'm not sure. I can't put my finger on it. Madeleine hasn't said a word, and Wimbledon, after his effusive welcome, has also gone into his shell.
Not so loud, he'll hear you.
Someone taking my name in vain?
My wife was just wondering if everything's all right, Geoffrey.
Why shouldn't it be?
Madeline, is she feeling okay? She hasn't said a word since we joined you.
She hasn't to speak, old chap. Didn't they tell you?
No, they didn't.
These last-minute instructions. Look, let me get everyone a drink. Mrs. Hayward, what will you have? Gin and orange, gin and tonic?
Pineapple juice will be fine, Mr. Wimbledon.
Geoffrey, you really must call me Geoffrey.
Then you must call me Doris.
And Michael, what about you and your aunt?
I think she'll have the same as me, whiskey.
Quite right. You can't go wrong with whiskey, can you? I'll join you.
And Madeline?
She'll have one too.
I understand you're quite a keen tennis player.
Well, with my name, it'd be strange if I weren't, old man. But to tell you the truth, I don't play much anymore.
Oh?
I hurt my foot last year. A bit dodgy now.
I see.
I rang for service, but no one seems to be coming. Must be ignoring us for some reason.
She spotted you. Like your headrest back a little, Doris? More comfortable that way.
I've ordered 2 taxis. No need for us to be crushed. I'll go in the first one with Madeleine, and you can take the second. I'll have a drink waiting for you at the hotel. It's the Hotel Charlemagne, old man.
Hotel Charlemagne?
I was told it was the St. Stephen.
No, they changed the arrangements at the last minute. causes confusion that way, but mainly among ourselves. Well, see you in a few minutes then, old boy.
There goes Call Me Geoffrey. Wimbledon like the home of tennis, old boy.
Oh, this way, Aunt Claire.
What are you thinking about?
Someone I used to know about 15 years ago. Can't say why.
Seemed to have that effect on me now, come to think of it. A bit out of date.
Like the British Secret Service. They've been up to their tricks for the last 400 years, and given the impression they're a bit out of date is all part of the image. But they're not as daft as they make out. And neither is Mr. Wimbledon like the tennis.
I would agree with you there, Aunt Claire. Ah, here's our taxi. Hotel Charlemagne, please.
Welcome to the Hotel Charlemagne, Madame, sir.
We have 2 rooms booked. They would have been reserved most probably in the name of my company, Haywood's.
Haywood's. 1 moment, sir. Madame's?
How's that for oldie-worldy charm? Did you see the bows you said, Madame's?
It makes you feel quite a lady, so it does.
Are you sure the reservations were made in the name of Haywood, sir?
I'm not sure. I assumed it would have been.
I can find no Haywoods.
Not even for Mr. and Mrs.?
No. No Haywoods, I'm sorry.
I wonder if there's been a mistake and we've been booked in at the St. Stephen.
I can phone the St. Stephen for you.
That's most kind of you. Could you do that?
Certainly, sir. Madame's. 1 moment.
Oh, I made it at last. One stage I thought we weren't going to get a hotel. Oh, it's a lovely room. Nice, comfortable, springy bed.
I wonder why Wimbledon sent us to the wrong hotel.
There has been a mistake, sir, Madame's. Wonderfully courteous, wasn't he? Oh, darling, you're miles away. Any of your thoughts?
No, I was just thinking how to make a phone call. It's a letter I should have asked Jean to send before we left, but with not going into the office. Look, while you're unpacking, I'll just slip out for a moment. I want an adapter for my electric razor and 1 or 2 other things.
College, can I help you?
I'd like to speak with Professor Kingsbourne, please. Kingsbourne, B-O-U-R-N-E.
I'll put you through to the professor. Haywood, where are you?
Oh, Vienna, where else?
Are you all right?
Yes, but Wimbledon took a separate taxi with Madeline.
Oh, did you say? Wimbledon?
Yes. As you said, he met us on the plane. Geoffrey Wimbledon, like the tennis.
Haywood, listen to me carefully. Get out. All of you, immediately. Drop everything, do you understand?
Yes, but what about Wimbledon and Madeline?
Just get clear. Wimbledon is not one of ours.
Not one of ours?
The real Geoffrey Wimbledon was found half an hour after your plane took off. He had been shot through the back of the head and his body dumped just off a highway on the outskirts of Toronto.
Doris, I'm back.
Did you catch Jean?
No. She must have gone home.
When the cat's away, the mice play. Did you find out about Madeline and Wimbledon? Is she next door?
I just made the 1 call.
Well, come in and close the door. You don't look as if you're staying, as they say in Lancashire.
Oh, don't I?
While you're standing there, you're blocking the doorway and Aunt Claire can't get past.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Aunt Claire, you've gone very pale.
I'm fine. But Michael, I wonder if you'd come and take a look in me room. Mice.
Mice?
No one brought up on an Irish farm is afraid of mice, especially Aunt Claire. Something's frightened you.
Just Michael, Doris, not you.
Yeah, I'll lock the door behind me.
But what is it?
Just stay in this room.
It's the wardrobe, Michael.
What's wrong with the wardrobe?
See for yourself. I was unpacking. I laid a skirt and dress on the bed, and I turned towards the wardrobe to hang them up. Then I saw it.
Saw what?
Wetness at first underneath it. Then I realized what it was. It's dripping from the wardrobe.
Turn away, Claire. Madeline.
May the Lord have mercy on us soul.
Please, take a seat, Mr. Haywood. Lieutenant, I want you to stay.
Yes, Captain.
Now, Mr. Haywood, I would like you to tell us all you know of the dead woman found in the room of the wife of your aunt.
My wife's aunt, Captain, I think you mean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the room of the aunt of your wife. I have not had much practice with my English of late. But please, Mr. Haywood, proceed with the details as you know them.
There's not much I can tell you. My wife, Doris, and I met the woman whose name we understood to be Madeline on the flight here. We were in the same row of 4 seats.
And where was the woman Madeleine sitting?
By the window.
Did she speak to you?
No. As a matter of fact, she didn't say a word all through the flight.
Why, Mr. Haywood? Didn't you think it strange?
I thought it exceedingly strange, Captain Frickner. She couldn't have been feeling well. What other explanation is there?
Quite so. Now, as you know, we have questioned your wife and your aunt, so I am comparing what you tell us with what they have said.
I'm sure they would have told you the same as I.
Right so. They also state she didn't say a word. But if you didn't speak to her, or she to you, Mr. Haywood, how did you know her name was Madeleine?
Her companion told us.
Companion, Mr. Haywood?
Yeah, a man by the name of Geoffrey Wimbledon, spelt like the home of tennis.
Yeah, Wimbledon. A very English name. You spoke to him?
Yes. In fact, he brought us 2 whiskies and a pineapple juice. By the way, where are my wife and aunt now?
At the hotel, Mr. Haywood. They have been allocated different rooms in another part of the hotel, well away from the tragic incident.
I'm glad to hear it.
But please, continue telling us about Mr. Wimbledon.
There isn't much more to tell. We met on the plane. He bought us drinks.
And then you went your separate ways. Is that it?
Exactly.
But you ended up at the same hotel as Madeleine.
Eventually. We went first to the Charlemagne by mistake.
Of course, yeah, I had forgotten about the Charlemagne. It raises a rather interesting question.
Does it?
Yes, Mr. Haywood. If this person called Wimbledon was a stranger to you, why was it he who told you your accommodation had been booked at the Charlemagne? That is what Mrs. Haywood told us.
Perhaps she misheard him.
And your aunt? Did she misheard him too?
Quite possibly.
Amazing, isn't it? Both your wife and your aunt say you went to the wrong hotel because Wimbledon said you had been booked in there. I wonder how they got that impression, Mr. Haywood.
I wonder. I'm afraid I can't help you on that score.
Well, I didn't think you could. But now, let us return to the finding of the body. What can you tell us about it?
Well, Aunt Claire came to our room looking somewhat distressed and asked me to go back with her to her room. I opened the wardrobe doors after seeing the blood and found the body. The woman had been shot through the head.
Well, we all seem to agree on that aspect of the case, Mr. Haywood, which is an improvement. But haven't you omitted something?
Omitted what?
Oh, no, don't look so offended, Mr. Haywood. I was referring to your little walk. You had just returned from it when your aunt came to see you.
So I had.
Yeah, what did you do on your walk?
I made a phone call.
Why did you use a phone box when there was a phone in your room?
Well, I felt like a little exercise, and I thought I would combine the walk with a call to my office. Then I wanted an adapter for my electric razor and one or two other items.
So a call to the office, was it?
Yes. There was a letter I should have sent before I left Manchester. I wanted to tell my secretary to make sure it was posted.
So if we speak with your secretary, she will tell us this letter you forgot is now on its way to its destination.
No. Not quite, Herr Frickner. I didn't get through. I think she must have gone home early.
Oh, yeah, of course. Your wife told us that, Mr. Haywood.
Truth will out.
Eventually, Mr. Haywood. Or so we hope. But let us get back to this Mr. Wimbledon, whom we have been unable to find or trace.
Oh?
He went off in a taxi with the woman Madeleine to the hotel.
Presumably.
I'm glad you said presumably, Mr. Haywood, because he was not with her when she arrived at the Hotel St. Stephen. She booked in alone, and you arrived shortly afterwards, so we are told. No one saw your mysterious Mr. Wimbledon.
Which means he's vanished?
If he existed.
Oh, what do you mean?
We checked your flight. No Mr. Wimbledon was on it, and no ticket was issued in his name. But I understand that the body of a man called Geoffrey Wimbledon was found in Toronto. Now, Mr. Haywood, can you tell me what you are really doing in Vienna?
Mike?
I hope I'm not too late for dinner. I could eat a horse.
Well, I took the liberty of ordering for you veal cutlets.
What's that you're having?
Zacatote. Said to be world famous. It's delicious.
Oh, where's Aunt Claire?
Didn't you see her at the reception when you came in?
No, I didn't notice her.
Well, just as we were sitting down at the table here, there was a message for her to go to reception. They can bring her main course when they bring yours.
Oh, well, we might as well eat where we can. I wonder what Vienna prison food is like. Water's not bad.
Yes, the thought had crossed my mind that they might be providing you with a cell for the night. Well, how was the police questioning?
Embarrassing. And Frickner made me feel I'd given a very unconvincing performance. He's confiscated our passports. We have to remain in Vienna, and I have to report to the police each day.
Well, why didn't we just tell them the whole truth? At least it would have given us the satisfaction of embarrassing Robson and his faithless ones. A small thank you, another honeymoon indeed.
Well, I try to be as truthful as possible, but there are some things you just can't say. Such as receiving a brown paper parcel if you'll escort someone who ends up as a corpse in a wardrobe.
Let's face it, Mike, we are rather restricted by circumstances.
Darling, you should have been a politician. Restricted by circumstances. We've got ourselves into a bloody mess because we've been conned by Robson and Company into doing their dirty work. Again. Who are you smiling at?
The gentleman sitting over there. He's been trying to catch my eye all evening. He smiled at me as you were going on just then, and now I'm smiling back.
I'll punch him on the nose.
Now's your chance. He's coming over.
Mr. and Mrs. Haywood?
Yes? But how do you know our names?
My name's Roberts. Lance Roberts. I'm a journalist working for the European edition of Tribune.
Oh?
How do you do?
And may I join you for a few
By
moments?
all means.
Well, I'd like to begin by assuring you that this meeting is strictly off the record. Anything you tell me is not for publication unless you give me specific permission for the use of anything divulged.
Well, that's very reassuring of you, Mr. Roberts, but what can we know that's worth divulging?
I'll put my cards on the table, sir. My information is that you've been interrogated by the police about the death of a Russian woman agent.
A Russian agent?
You didn't know?
One learns new things every day, Mr. Roberts.
Was her name Madeleine?
It was.
One of her many aliases.
Well, you obviously know more about her than we do. We met her for the first time on the plane coming here.
I see. I also understand you told the police that she was accompanied by a man called Wimbledon.
I don't deny it. You seem to have a very remarkable and reliable source of information, if I may say so.
Well, thank you, Mr. Haywood. I pride myself on having made some useful contacts, yes. Now, might I know if you felt the police had accepted your story about Wimbledon?
That you'll have to ask the police captain who questioned me.
Captain Frickner, was it?
It was.
Off the record, Mr. Haywood, they don't believe you. They know a Geoffrey Wimbledon was killed in Canada, International Exchange wired the story some 5 hours ago. They think it's the same one, and he never made the journey.
Well, then, who was it we met on the plane?
That's a good question, Mrs. Haywood. Whoever it was, he was trying to frame you for Madeleine's murder.
You seem very sure of that hypothesis.
Well, reason it out for yourself, Mr. Haywood. Why should he send you to the wrong hotel if it wasn't to give him time to kill her and throw the suspicion on you?
With friends like Wimbledon, who needs enemies?
Tell me, Mr. Roberts, if Wimbledon was killed in Toronto, what now?
Well, again, that's a good question, sir, and one a lot of people want answered. In fact, I have a proposition to put to you.
I thought you might have.
Do you want to hear it?
We wouldn't miss it for the world, would we, darling?
Not even for the world and all it contains.
Look, I'm quite serious about this.
And so are we. But owing to certain other propositions that have been put to us recently, we have, shall we say, become a little cynical?
More than a little cynical.
Quite so. In fact, downright doubtful of human goodness and sincerity.
Exactly my feelings too, darling.
So you see, Roberts, your proposition faces a none too receptive audience, to say the least.
But don't you think it would help if you could prove the existence of the man you met on the plane who passed himself off as Wimbledon?
It would make our story more credible.
I know where Wimbledon will be tomorrow night. And you have to take my word that I can't get in there, but you can.
Now, that is an interesting situation, Mr. Roberts. Are we correct in thinking that your next suggestion is that we should put our heads into the lion's mouth?
My suggestion is that you avoid doing anything dangerous or anything that leaves you alone with any beast of prey. You should mingle freely in the company of many people. You should enjoy yourselves. You should have yourselves a ball.
Oh, we're having a ball, all right.
No, I was referring to a real ball. A glittering occasion like in the olden days.
Who?
Women in magnificent ball gowns, men in uniform or wearing white tie and tails, glistening chandeliers, gay waltzes, champagne.
Oh, to be in Vienna.
You're interested?
Oh, we're both fascinated. Do go on.
Well, the Hungarian embassy is giving a ball to mark some anniversary or other. Now, it'll be held in a palace in the woods a few miles outside Vienna. A place built, so I'm told, for Marie Theresa when she became Archduchess of Austria and Queen of Hungary. An ideal setting.
Then why are you missing such a splendid occasion?
As I said, it's impossible for me to go to that ball.
Cinderella can't go either, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Roberts. I've nothing to wear.
Minor detail.
There's another minor detail. The Hungarian embassy seems to have overlooked sending us an invitation.
All can be arranged.
Oh. Have you connections or contacts inside the Hungarian embassy?
Unfortunately, no. But there is a secret entrance, a gate hidden in the wall, and from it, a path leads through the woods and comes out at the terrace.
You're not suggesting we gatecrash such a glittering occasion?
A man and woman in evening dress coming out of the woods onto the terrace? Why, it would naturally be assumed that you were just having a quiet stroll. So well dressed and in such a romantic setting, who'd think of gatecrashers?
This, hidden gate?
I have a key. You see, I've done it before, successfully.
But you don't want to try it again?
Correct, I don't want to try it again.
No further explanations?
No further explanations, period.
We're back at the line again, darling.
I thought we were about to discuss how Cinderella goes to the ball.
Oh, how does she?
In one of the most magnificent ball gowns that money can buy.
Now you do intrigue me, Mr. Roberts.
It'll be on my expenses. A dress which won't have to go back at midnight.
You mean I can keep it?
Yes.
Darling, I do find Mr. Roberts very persuasive.
But such a dress would need jewellery to add the finishing touches. If we're going to gatecrash, we have to pay attention to detail.
Sure we do. And we can rent the jewellery. Do I take it you're agreeable, then?
Prince Charming here would have to be provided with his white tie and tails.
Naturally.
So now for the million-dollar question. What do you want us to do?
Just take a couple of pictures. I'll provide you with a miniature camera. I want pictures of Wimbledon, copies of which I'll provide for you to show the police. And pictures of one other person to be named later.
Is that all?
Sure. Well, the pictures will make my story, and they'll also help the police to accept yours.
Do we accept this invitation?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Then I'll call on you in the morning for a shopping expedition that will, we hope, make you the belle of the ball, Mrs. Haywood. Good night. A pleasure to have met you. And good night to you, Mr. Haywood, sir. Until tomorrow.
Good night.
Mr. Haywood, sir. Such a difference to age these well-brought-up Americans show. Mike?
Yes?
I don't think we should have accepted that invitation.
To tell you the truth, Doris, neither do I.
And Mike?
Hey, do try to keep the alarm out of your voice when waiters are about.
But Aunt Claire, she hasn't come back. Whatever can have happened to her?
Is this the Palace of Schönbrunn?
Oh, ja. Over there is the Neptune Fountain.
Thank you.
Oh, danke schön.
Pardon me, madame, but you wish to know anything about the Palace of Schönbrunn?
Oh, I'm just waiting for someone, thank you.
I know. If you would come towards the palace with me, please.
But,
I will explain on the way.
Very well. But just keep your distance now.
The palace was designed by Fischer von Erlach to rival Versailles. Did you know this?
No, I didn't.
The Turks were besieging Vienna.
Claire O'Connell.
Talk of the Turk. Boris Balakev.
Are you not pleased to see me?
Oh, I'm always pleased to have the opportunity of trying to convert the murderous heathen.
You can go now, Stefan.
Very good, sir.
One of your assassin friends?
Let us walk together. Irish Catholic lady, upright woman, fine example of your fairy race.
Oh, less of the blarney now.
We will walk towards the flatlit palace and we'll talk and be friends, huh? And we will not discuss either politics or religion. How's that for you, Claire O'Connell?
Well, as politics can be defined as man's relations to man, and religion as man's relationship with God, well, that leaves only the weather.
I think there is a little frost in the air tonight.
You could be quite right in that assumption, Boris.
You know, Claire, détente is the word now. Coexistence. One day it might be possible for a good Catholic woman like yourself to coexist with an unbelieving materialist like myself.
We're coexisting at the moment. I think the word you have in mind is cohabit, Boris.
It's a wonderful thought.
And you can control those thoughts right now.
But man's material needs have always influenced the course of history.
What you're thinking of comes under man's material comforts, not his material needs.
Man's material comforts, then.
Rubbish either way.
It's the material need that influences history.
Nonsense.
How so?
You're so obsessed with your Marxist interpretation of history that you can't see the woods for the trees. You make the facts fit the theory.
That history is influenced by man's material needs is fact. Fact, Mrs. Claire O'Connell.
The course of history has been influenced above all else for the last 2,000 years by one man's death on a cross. Now, where was the material need in that?
How do you know he existed?
Oh, Boris, you yourself are a living testament to his existence. You, a KGB officer?
Me?
You ought to know, for haven't your kind persecuted enough of his flock? Then there are the Roman historians who mention Jesus and his followers. Pontius Pilate's report to Caesar, and a specially commissioned report by the Jewish elders on him and his family.
Yes, of course. I was only testing your knowledge, Claire, yes? What's that to do with my offer of coexistence or cohabitation?
Everything. In your materialistic paradise, Boris, you don't allow belief in God or his Son or life everlasting. Your latest ruse, so I understand, is setting dogs on Christians at worship. So going to daily mass, I might find a little difficult.
You listen to fascist smears.
I listen to the cries of the persecuted.
Why do you want to argue always? I offer you the hand of friendship, and you bite it off.
That's what your dogs do. They do the biting.
Claire O'Connell, you are so Irish. You are impossible, and you are unreasonable.
It's a thing you're not used to, Boris. It's called free speech. Ever since early Christianity, freedom of conscience and freedom to choose his eternal destiny has been man's great privilege.
Apart from the Inquisition and a few other religious persecutions, of course.
Oh, point taken. But the root cause in all cases is not respecting man's freedom.
But in any well-ordered society, some freedoms have to be sacrificed for the common good. Is that not so?
Since when has man trying to love God and his neighbour as himself gone against the common good? Ah, that's it, isn't it, Boris? I see.
What do you
Your objection to Christianity. If a man goes about loving his neighbour and doing good, how can he perform acts of terrorism and murder and spread hatred and revolution?
Let me ask you a question, Claire.
I'm listening.
Do you think, as in your so very free Western society, that people should be free to make fortunes out of selling pornographic sex and perversions, to freely peddling drugs which turn their victims into degenerates, who then threaten the whole of society?
I do not. And you know I don't.
We don't either. But we curb the freedom of exploitation for the common good. That's why child murders and assaults are virtually unknown. And why it is safer for a woman to walk the streets of Moscow than the streets of London and New York. Huh? Shouldn't that commend itself to a Christian lady?
Well...
Well, what, Claire O'Connell? Come, tell me honestly. Don't you think there is less vice in a communist state than in your capitalist societies? Huh? Yes or no?
Yes, I'll give you that, Boris.
Aha, so you concede that we too have our ideals.
Some of you. But now, you answer me this, Boris. If I married you with full nuptials, and I was a good and faithful wife and made you a cheerful, happy home...
I would be delighted.
Ah, but would I be allowed to practice my faith openly, fully?
There might be difficulties, but take Poland.
You would be taking me to Moscow.
Well, as I have told you, there is a new mood. Détente, coexistence.
Yes, but while you call for coexistence on one side of the world, you're clubbing someone to submission on the other.
You see no good at all in us, woman.
I see no good at all in you, and never will until you allow freedom of conscience.
Back we go again.
And back we always will go to the basic point.
So much for détente.
Well, at least we're honest with each other.
At least there is that. But, Claire, I came in friendship.
So did I.
Fiery woman of the Irish race. Fine figure of a woman you are still. But I wonder why I ever fancied you.
Persecutor that you are. I still pray for you, hoping that some counter-assassin won't cut you down one dark night.
I must go. Now we have become sadder and calmer. But before we part, I have some advice for you. No, look at me, Claire. Beware of palaces in romantic settings.
I don't know what you're talking about. You mean I shouldn't have come here?
No, not this palace. Another. Haywood will make good sense of it. He's a fool if he doesn't.
Mike, somebody's just gone into Aunt Claire's room.
Mm-hmm. Somebody in a bad temper who seems to be coming this way.
You better see who it is.
Well, I've no intention of letting them stay outside the door all night.
Michael, I'd like to have a word with you.
Aunt Claire, we ought to have a word with you. It's nearly 11. Where have you been?
That's what I came to talk to you about. I've seen Balakirth.
Have you, by George? And how is the amorous KGB colonel?
Michael Haywood. You know as well as I do, it's just a platonic friendship.
Platonic?
Michael, Aunt Claire wants to tell us something.
Well, the message I got when we went to the dining room...
When you vanished without saying a word.
That's what I'm coming to. Now, it wasn't a phone call. There was a taxi waiting for me, and a note from Boris. He said it was important, so I took it.
And to which mysterious cafe did it whisk you?
It didn't whisk me to any mysterious cafe. I met him near the Schönbrunn fountain.
No candlelit dinner with violins playing in the background.
You don't think an Irish widow would be going places like that with a Russian spy colonel, do you?
You did before.
Well, that was when I didn't know who he was or what he was.
So what did you do when you met at the fountain?
We talked.
Talked? What about?
About many things. Serious things, I'd have you know. Before he left, he gave me a message for you. That you've to beware of palaces in romantic settings.
Mike, he knows.
Knows what?
That we've been invited, Doris and I, to a ball at a palace in the woods.
Woods? Romantic setting. That's the warning, then.
It would appear so. Good job you met your KGB colonel.
Michael, please do not refer to him as my KGB colonel.
Would you prefer Russian friend?
Oh, he's not even that anymore. I would prefer no mention of him again, if you don't mind. It's late, and I've still me rosary to say before I turn in. Good night to you both.
Good night, Aunt Claire. You don't think they've had a tiff?
I thought I did detect a certain animosity.
A lack of unity and togetherness in mind and spirit, perhaps?
Oh, no, darling. Unity and diversity. Two opposites making the complete pattern. Nuts and bolts.
Your feminine reasoning evades me, Doris.
Don't be so dim, darling. Attraction of opposites. Men and women. They're different.
Ouch! I've sensitive ribs.
Serves you right for being sarcastic. I didn't marry because you're the same as me, but because you're different.
Of course. Nuts and bolts. Unity and diversity. But what's that got to do with having a blazing row, which they appear to have had?
Oh, Mike, you are dim. It shows she's concerned about him, that she cares. If she didn't, she wouldn't bother having a row, neither would he.
Let's have a duty-free nightcap, and I'll drink to the depth of your feminine reasoning and understanding.
Well, one of us has to have the superior intellect. Now, Mike Haywood, use your male logic to work out whether we should take note of the warning from Balakiv. Are we going to the ball?
Well, you'd hate to turn down that magnificent ball gown offer.
That I would.
And they can't very well bump us off before hundreds of invited guests.
That is hardly what I would call logical male reasoning. I think you want to go to the ball.
I think you're right. But now we've had the warning, how do you feel?
Frightened, but the threat of danger does add zest to the outing.
Yes. Disturbing, but pleasantly stimulating. I think that ball gown should be even more lavish than anticipated.
For once we seem to be totally in agreement, darling. Cheers. Even though our reasons differ.
A perfect example, darling.
Of what?
Of what you were talking about. Unity in diversity.
Yeah?
My name's Haywood, and I'm reporting to Captain Frickner for my ball and chain.
You lose this? Ball and chain?
I have to report to Captain Frickner.
Oh, so, now I understand. Comes this way first.
Thank you.
Englishman to see you, Captain.
Mr. Haywood, please, sit down.
Thank you.
That is all, Iceman.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Haywood, what have you to tell me?
For starters, there's the one about the Irish tug-of-war team. Penalised for pushing.
Oh. Yeah, your English sense of humour.
Keeps us going in the darkest hours, you know.
Do you want to change any part of your story, Mr. Haywood?
No. Why should I?
Well, I thought you might have slept on it, and in the light of day, something might have occurred to you.
No. We had quite an uneventful night. Dinner and to bed.
Dinner? With whom, Mr. Haywood?
With my wife, of course.
And how about your aunt? Did she not dine with you?
I rather think she got fed up waiting for me, Captain Frickner, and went for a walk.
How interesting. She went for a walk and missed her dinner.
A remarkable woman, Aunt Claire. Often fasts in Lent.
But we are not in Lent, Mr. Haywood.
She might even fast at other times, too, for all I know.
So, you have nothing further to tell me?
Nothing. I hope that doesn't mean a tiny cell and leg iron.
No, not leg irons anymore. We do have a selection of vacant small cells.
I don't like the sound of that.
You are not meant to, Mr. Haywood. But now, what are you planning to do today?
Well, believe it or not, I'm going to help my wife choose a dress. Like women the world over, she's more interested in shopping for a dress than the predicament we're in.
I hope she finds one to her taste.
That's most considerate of you, Captain. Does that mean I'm free to go now?
Yes. You can go. I would hate to come between husband and wife at a time like this. Another honeymoon and the choosing of a very special dress, Mr. Haywood.
Good. Here's Mike now. Well, Do you approve?
Breathtaking in its splendor.
It's my billowy fairy tale ball gown. I shall always treasure, Mr. Roberts.
Well, as I said, it's the best in Vienna.
The best indeed. I feel like a princess.
You look like a princess. Princess Doris of Ruritania.
And all these frills hide my tummy. Isn't it marvelous?
You'll be captivating, Mrs. Haywood. And now, Mr. Haywood, in the men's department are your white tie and tails. And I've also provided you with a fascinating miniature camera. It's concealed in a dress stud in your shirt front. To work it, you merely touch a button in your waistcoat. A miracle in miniaturization. Another spin-off from space.
And how do I aim this miniature miracle to take a picture?
You stand in front of the guy and twiddle the button of the waistcoat.
Which guy?
Wimbledon, for one.
And?
And one more.
I think it's time you told us the one more.
You won't know him.
Try me.
Krolman. Krolmann.
You're right, I don't know him. But if I don't know him, how can I photograph him?
Oh, he's easy to recognize. Distinctive facial characteristic. A puckered left cheek.
A puckered left cheek?
Yes, caused by a bullet going through his mouth and out of the center of the cheek. No amount of plastic surgery can hide it because the nerves on that side of the face were damaged.
Sounds like he's had an interesting life.
A hard life, but a varied one. Surprising the people he knows.
Perhaps this may appear to be a little contradictory after what you've told us, but is there any possibility that he may know me?
Well, there is that possibility. You might even have a mutual acquaintance.
Then surely...
But right now, let's see how you look in tails. I think you're the type who'd really suit him.
What acquaintance, Roberts?
Only Krolman can answer that.
It's 1 minute to 7. Robert said he would pick us up at 7 on the dot. I'm quite excited.
So am I. Distinctly excited.
You know, Roberts was right. You do suit tails. Aren't we a handsome pair?
A pair of fools. There we are, dear. You've been warned, and yet you're determined to walk where angels fear to tread. He said, beware of...
I'll go.
On the dot, as promised.
Does our carriage await us?
Our Mercedes is at the hotel door, ma'am.
There's no need to prostrate yourself, Mr. Roberts. Just walk a few paces behind me to hold my train. What a high wall. Good job you didn't want us to climb over.
The door is just out of sight round the angle of the wall here.
It's quite eerie. You're sure this doesn't lead to the witch's castle?
The path winds through the woods, and from the top of a hill, you'll see the floodlit palace. Just a few minutes' walk. Now, can I take your wrap, Mrs. Haywood? And your coat, sir? Then it'll look as if you've been for a stroll and are just returning to the ball. Good luck.
You sound as if we're going to need it, Roberts.
It's just an expression. All the best, then. I'll be here from midnight to take you back. Enjoy the ball.
What a glorious clear night. Look at the stars.
They're glistening as though there's a touch of frost about.
Yes, my shoulders are quite chilled without a wrap.
Oh, here.
Oh, that's better.
Do I hear music?
Lilting and uplifting. I feel I want to waltz through the woods.
A few more yards and we'll be able to see the palace.
I'll race you.
And fall flat on your face over a fallen tree. Oh, no. You'll stay with me.
Yes, Lord and Master.
There it is. Like a beacon in the night.
Whoa. Takes my breath away. You're sure we haven't been transported back to the 1800s? It's like a Rhineland castle with its round towers and turrets. I feel we ought to dance through the night and then at dawn you kiss my hand and leave for Waterloo.
On the 8/10?
The battle. Where's your sense of romance?
Oh. Am I cavalry or foot regiment?
Hussars, I think. Or I could make you a captain in the 3rd Regiment of Foot. Strange. There's no one on the terrace. Not a soul. I would have thought it would have been alive with people drinking champagne.
Served by flunkies in powdered wigs, breeches, and bright gold braid, I presume.
Why not?
Because they're a serious lot, these Hungarians.
Why hold a ball?
You'll have to ask them yourself. Well, would you take my arm, Mrs. Hayward, and we will proceed up these stone steps to the terrace?
I'm beginning to feel nervous again.
Must be your interesting condition, as they used to say. But have no fear, good woman. Captain Hayward will go before you.
No, I'd rather you stayed with me.
We'll walk boldly across the terrace, either as if we owned the castle, or we're both members of the Politburo. Can't go wrong, then.
Mike, stop. The ballroom's empty.
No dancers, no musicians, nothing.
Where's the music coming from?
Amplified records.
It's like a ghost palace. It's eerie, weird.
Even more weird now all is silent.
Oh, darling, let's go back. This isn't at all like I thought it would be.
What, Captain Hayward at the 3rd-foot run? It might be an idea at that.
Who could have switched off the music?
Come to the ball with me, my love, come to the ball. But not to dance this frantic rhythm of our days. Too soon the lights are growing dim and lilting music no longer plays. Only the good we do, the love we share, will take us beyond this earthly night, beyond the grave, beyond the stars, into eternal light.
That's quite beautiful. Who wrote it?
An innocent young man of about 25, conscious of his supernatural destiny and trying his hand at metaphysical poetry, my love.
Not the young, aspiring Michael Hayward of our joint acquaintance.
Himself, no less. In his less cynical era.
What interesting hidden depths.
Not totally hidden, partially submerged. A multitude of talents ready to resurface at any moment.
Well, your poetic talent can produce some pearls of thought for our next anniversary. Will you write me a poem?
Of course. I'll give it my devoted attention. There was a young lady called Doris... Ouch!
Not like that. I want something on the lines that you just quoted. How did it go? Come to the ball with me, my love, come to the ball, but not to dance this frenetic...
Frantic.
I prefer frenetic. Frenetic rhythm of our days.
Too soon the lights are growing dim.
Darling, you shouldn't have said that last line. The lights are going out.
Then let's take advantage of the darkness and nip back through the woods. It came from across the ballroom. Stay here.
Mike, don't leave me. I'm coming with you. Mike, what have you got?
A genuine candelabra I saw in the ballroom before the lights went out. All I need now is... Yeah, like so. And we have candle power. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, come on. We seem to be in an oak-panelled study.
That chair.
It's got a rapier pushed up to the hilt through the back of it. And straight through a gentleman in evening dress who's sitting on it. Right through the heart. The sign of the expert assassin.
Oh, his face.
A hollow, puckered left cheek. Krollman.
Oh, Mike, please don't touch it.
Turn away. If we've got to make a forced retreat back through those woods, a rapier is... as good a weapon as any for close combat in darkness.
Come on.
Burnage College, can I help you?
I'd like to speak with Professor Kingsbourne, please. Kingsbourne. That's Bourne, B-O-U-R-N-E.
Hayward, where are you?
A bar a few kilometers from a palace where the Hungarians were supposed to be having a ball tonight.
What's its name? The bar, Hayward.
Regina. Regina Bar, it says here.
Leave in 5 minutes' time and start walking towards Vienna. You'll be contacted.
Can I give you a lift? The college contacted me. You look starved to death, both of you. Here, a flask of brandy. I'll turn up the heater.
Have a drink, Doris.
Oh, I don't like brandy, darling.
Like it or not, you have a sip.
That's warming.
So, you went to a ball which they had cancelled.
Cancelled? When?
Earlier today. They made frantic calls to let everyone know it was off. Those who had been invited, that is. So, what did you find?
Krollman.
Krollman? He managed to get there?
Oh, yes, he managed to get there. But apart from the cemetery, it'll be the last place he gets to.
They killed him?
Whoever they are. A rapier through the back of a chair and clean through his heart. If that can be termed as clean.
Oh, death would be instantaneous.
We heard him cry out, but he was very dead when we reached him.
He didn't pass on any message.
Well, he didn't pass any message.
And there was nothing on which a message could have been written?
I didn't see anything.
So what did you do?
Well, as I was unarmed, I removed the rapier. We came back through the woods, and just before we emerged onto the road, I threw the damn thing away. We got back there, and I rang the number. But you couldn't have been at the college.
I arrived at our embassy earlier today. The boys at Burnage alerted me just as soon as you'd phoned their number.
What now?
I think I had better make arrangements for that rapier to be found before the police get at it. If your fingerprints are on it, you might have to spend the rest of your life here in Austria.
I seem to have stuck my neck out in many ways. Don't you think I deserve some honest explanations? Notice I stress the honest part.
That's what I feel, Hayward. You deserve the truth. Well, I'll start by admitting I'm not Robson's assistant. I've now taken charge of the Vienna Connection.
The Vienna Connection?
Vienna is the center of a Soviet spy ring whose object is to infiltrate numerous sleepers into the West. From Vienna, they fly out as Canadian or American businessmen, accountants, even students who infiltrate the universities. They become seemingly good citizens, most of them, just waiting to be activated. Some, having established their American or Canadian backgrounds, have moved into Britain and Northern Ireland. We're pretty sure that Colonel Balakev is the man behind this operation.
So who was Madeline?
Oh, an agent we'd caught in Canada, and she'd been persuaded to cooperate with us in Vienna. We thought travelling with your party might have given her a better cover, but we were wrong. The KGB were onto her before she left Canada. They killed Wimbledon and substituted their own agent.
He seems so English.
The KGB are perfectionists. They have special schools where their agents live, eat and sleep as Americans, Canadians or Englishmen. They become more American or British than the Americans or British. Though we do find they are often a few years behind the times. Take Wimbledon, the substitute.
A bit old-fashioned.
We even know his tutor, an upper-class Englishman who defected 10 years ago.
Does that mean you caught Wimbledon?
We might have.
Look, I thought I was going to get some honest answers. Before I do anything else for you, I want to know the true situation. The truth.
We did move rather quickly after your first phone call, and we did net the substitute Wimbledon.
Did? You used the past tense then as if it was all over. What happened to their Wimbledon?
After what happened to ours, only one thing could happen to theirs. To use the sporting phraseology his tutor drummed into him and which he used so well, the result was he lost. Game, set and match eventually went against him.
Why are we stopping?
To change cars. You're going to be driven to a nice, safe house in the country. There, they'll ask you similar questions to those I've asked. Tell them what happened. Apart from one thing.
And what's that?
Tell them that Krollman was still alive when you reached him. Before he died, he gave you a message for Strefford in London. A message that no one apart from Strefford has to hear. I'm Strefford, by the way.
I thought as much.
And you must insist that you go to London immediately.
To meet you? Who's here already?
Precisely. Though for obvious reasons, you don't tell them that I am here.
Why do you want me to do this?
It's better you don't know my reasons for asking this, believe me.
It's difficult to believe anything you lot say.
I realise that. But will you do it?
Well, I suppose in for a penny, in for a pound.
Good. Now, if you'll cross over to that car, the driver will take you to your new destination. And that, by the way, is the car and driver you were picked up by after leaving the Regina bar. Don't forget that point.
You learn new things every day.
Well, let's hope the learning process continues this night.
I'm sure Mrs. Hayward would feel better after her bath and a good night's rest. It has been quite a day for you both. This way, Hayward.
For this extra honeymoon, Robson, I ought to punch you on the nose.
Ah, you have every reason to be angry with us, Hayward. We will make it up to you, we promise, although we will always be in your debt. Now, step inside and meet some of my colleagues, Hart and Slingsby.
How do you do?
Get a drink for you, Hayward.
I could do with a double scotch.
One double scotch. Coming up. Soda?
A fair splash into that generous measure. That's fine.
Hart.
A small one for me, no soda.
And no soda for you, Rob.
Oh, no, definitely not.
Do you mind telling me where you brought us to?
A safe house in the country. We understand Roberts arranged for you to meet Krollman.
I suppose that's a fair summary.
This was at the ball.
Yes.
Did you know the Russians found out we were using the ball as a place to contact a double agent? And that's why they cancelled it?
No. I was told I was going to the ball in order to take photographs.
Of whom?
Krollman and of the man who called himself Wimbledon.
So the name Krollman had been mentioned to you by Roberts?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, the music was playing, but no one was at the ball. The music stopped, the lights went out, and we heard a strangled cry. I ran in the direction the cry came from and found Krollman in a study.
London has given us the details of his death, but one point that wasn't clear was whether or not he was alive when you got to him.
He was alive.
Did he say anything?
He gave me a message for Strefford in London. A message only for Strefford that has got to be delivered immediately.
But surely you can tell us, the heads of the respective sections.
I can tell no one but Strefford.
I think this information should be passed to London immediately.
I'll see to it.
After finding Krollman, what did you do?
We went back through the woods, found a bar with a phone and rang the college, as instructed to in an emergency.
They picked you up and brought you both here?
Yes.
Was your wife with you when Krollman passed on that message?
No. No, I kept her away from him. He wasn't a pretty sight.
Of course. Did you stop anywhere en route?
Yes, there was a rendezvous with another car. I understood it was to pick up Aunt Claire and, well, bring her here, presumably.
This message Krollman gave you, now you're quite sure no one else knows?
Well, how could they?
Well, you didn't give London any indication of this message, a message only for one person's ears.
I am to deliver the message personally in London.
Which you correctly interpret as something not to be mentioned, even in general terms, over the phone.
What other interpretation can there be?
Oh, I agree with you, Hayward. Well done. And we can assure you such safeguards are necessary.
What did London say?
He has to be flown out at once.
Oh, he can use the light aircraft I came in. I'll make the arrangements immediately. You'll be in London within 2 hours, and you'll be taken directly to Strefford. Now, you might tell him I've one or two things to clear up, and I'll take the scheduled flight later today.
No, you won't, Slingsby. You're going tonight.
Roberts, what the hell are you doing on the plane? And what's the idea of the gun, you fool?
I'm making sure you take this trip. Haywood, get out of that seat and start running fast. But, Slingsby, unless you want me to finish you now with a bullet, sit down and fasten the safety belt. You're flying yourself out of here.
You're mad! Haywood!
Get moving, Haywood, and take the pilot with you. Go on, get moving!
Right.
Is this far enough? No! Those car headlights, they're blinding me!
Over here! Get over here!
Strefford, kill those damn lights! We can't see a thing!
Sorry. Was trying to guide you.
He's hijacking my plane.
Not for long, he isn't.
But you'll never stop him now.
I wouldn't bank on it. This little device looks like a pocket calculator. It happens to transmit a certain signal. A-B-O-R-T 3210.
The plane! You've blown up the plane!
So I have, in one blinding flash. Another example of how modern inventions can be used for destructive purposes.
You're a ruthless bastard, Strefford.
Oh, come, Hayward. You should be thanking me. That bomb was meant for you. You, the pilot, and...
Roberts, he got clear.
The CIA will be pleased about that. One of their best operators.
But Slingsby, he was one of your men.
We thought so too, Hayward. But I couldn't be sure. Neither could Robson. That's why I told you not to say anything about our meeting once you were taken to the house. By the way, I trust you and Mrs. Hayward are comfortable there.
So there's time for pleasantries now, is there?
Well, no, not really. I suggest you get into the car, Hayward. We have lost a lot of time. Smithy,
Sir?
Stay behind and ensure Robert's car is delayed. He'll be picking up the bits for a little longer, I imagine. But you know how to cause an electrical fault, Smithers. I suggest you prefer to travel in the back, Hayward, together with your wife.
But I thought...
Nothing like a hot bath to revive the flagging spirit, darling. I simply insisted that Mr. Streffer bring me along. Darling, your time tears are simply covered in mud.
Not to worry, Hayward. It'll all come out in the wash. I'm now taking you both to chaperone your Aunt Claire.
But she's a grown woman.
She's with Colonel Balarkev, and I don't want her to be in the line of fire when the Americans get to him. Furthermore, I don't want Balarkev caught in their clean-up operation, as they call it.
You mean the CIA are gunning for him?
Can you blame them after all the trouble he's caused them?
Well, then why try and save him?
Because he's lost this one, and we have an understanding. He's also been helpful in his way. My last report was that today Balarkev and your aunt are to climb the steeple of St. Stephen's Cathedral for a view of Vienna from 800 feet. Then they'll be listening to the Vienna Boys' Choir singing a special mass on this feast of St. Wenceslas. Now there's some penance for a colonel of the KGB.
Isn't that uplifting, Boris? Music that sends the spirits soaring heavenwards. Oh, but that won't be allowed for you, will it?
I can appreciate good music, Claire O'Connor.
But you won't be allowed to let your spirits soar heavenwards now.
I thought that making me go to the top of that steeple was your way of sending me there for good.
How can you go to somewhere you don't believe exists? But we must sit down. Oh, you do look red in the face. May St. Michael and St. Gabriel watch over you. Why, Boris, it's Michael, me nephew. I'll wave.
He has seen us. He is coming over.
I've been up in the tower looking for you.
Quite a climb, isn't it? Good to see you again, my friend.
Friend, yes, Colonel. I've come to warn you. The Americans are on the warpath.
Ah. Then in that case, we should leave Vienna immediately.
I have a car.
Good.
Supposing I take you to the embassy?
No. They have it under close scrutiny. The safest way is to make a run for the border. Like the bad men of the Old West, no?
Which border, though?
Oh, the Czech border, I think. Not so fast, Haywood. You will draw attention to us.
I don't need to. We're already being followed by a grey car. Looks like Robert's at the wheel.
That is not good. You know he is CIA.
So I gather.
I only hope for my selfish sake you can lose them once we attain the open road. Someone has lent you a well-tuned car, Haywood.
But they're still on our tail.
They seem very determined to get me.
Past life's finally catching up on you.
One of the problems of promoting revolutions is that sometimes you provoke a counter-revolution.
If you will take misfits from all over the globe and train them in Russia to terrorize, kidnap, and murder, you shouldn't be surprised when a little of it comes back your way, Boris.
Capitalist slanders. There are no terrorists in Russia.
Apart from some of its rulers, I quite agree. Boris, the advice you need is contained in a book which is banned and proscribed and has sent so many readers to Siberian labor camps.
What book is this?
Matthew's Gospel, chapter 26, verse 25. All those who take up the sword will perish by the sword. Now, one of the problems of banning good books, it inhibits the gathering of the most elementary wisdom, Boris.
So, it seems I am to perish by the sword, eh? Yes, the other car is gaining. How far now from the border?
About 15 kilometers.
Swing into the next opening in the forest. Then I will lighten your load.
Are you sure?
It is my only chance.
I think we're coming to a clearing now.
Stop as near the trees as possible, Michael.
Thank you!
Don't thank me. I'm coming with you. We've got to get into those trees before they turn in and see us. Come on.
It is a long time since I worked as a field agent.
Oh, you're getting past running through forests, Boris Balaka.
We have made it.
We've made the trees, that's all. Here, lie down. Head covered by your coat, so you're not given away by the whiteness of your face, nor the glistening of your eyes. Cover your hands, too. Stay absolutely still, and don't move a muscle.
Claire O'Connell, in these last few minutes, I come to see an aspect of your character I never realized existed before.
And what is that?
As a highly trained KGB operative, I can recognize how skilled you are in evading pursuit. Where and how have you come by such talent?
Wasn't I, as a young girl, out many a night helping me father hide his poteen from the grasping hand of the revenue men?
Come, Comrade O'Connell. You will escort me to the border.
And maybe one of these fine days, I'll show you how to go through a forest without making a sound, or as little noise as does a rabbit.
Ah, I can see the border post now. Claire, until we meet again.
If ever. Look after yourself, Boris. Yourself, if not your soul.
And you, my dear Claire, will look after yourself. And do not forget to say a few words for me, perhaps.
Why not? Miracles do happen.
Tea is always so refreshing.
And so English. I'd have preferred something a little stronger for myself.
And so you shall, Mrs. O'Connell.
For you, Hayward?
No, thanks. I'm trying to keep a reasonably clear head. I'm glad, very glad that Boris got away. He's looked after my health on several occasions.
Because he looks on you as a mere boy in all these spy games, darling, which of course you are. The respectable head of the firm of Hayward and Company, who gets himself, his beloved wife, and resourceful Irish aunt used by all these professionals. I must say I'm beginning to enjoy our extra honeymoon. Ah, thank you, Mr. Robson. I think I'll have the same as Aunt Claire. And tomorrow I'm sure you'll take me shopping in order to buy me another gown. The last will never be quite the same again.
Well, yes.
As for Mike's suit, well, it really won't wash, you know. I think something for daytime use. Lightweight will be more in keeping.
Of course, Mrs. Hayward and Mrs. O'Connell should have something on expenses.
It takes more than this to spoil good Irish tweed, Mr. Strefford.
I take it we're free to leave, say, tomorrow, after some shopping.
Well, why not? Oh, forgive me, I didn't tell you. The Austrian police don't wish to detain you any longer. Captain Frittner's River Why not? Oh, forgive me, I didn't tell you. The Austrian police don't wish to detain you any longer. Captain Frickner's River Patrol fished the substitute, Mr. Wimbledon, out of a not very blue part of the Danube. And with Slingsby also out of the way, I'm now pretty certain we've cleaned up the Vienna Connection.
Is that what all this was about?
Oh, for the Americans, yes. For us, no. We had a more urgent priority.
Oh, what was that?
To discover the traitor in the higher reaches of our intelligence. I sent you to start disturbing the waters, as it were. Only 3 others knew about the plan to take Madeleine to Vienna. Hart, Slingsby, and Robson here. When it got out, I knew it must be one of them.
And so you let it be known that Krollman had the name of the traitor?
Precisely, Hayward. It got back to the Russians, who were so afraid they cancelled the ball, let Krollman attend, and eliminated him.
And that's why you asked me to tell Robson, Hart, and Slingsby that Krollman was still alive when I saw him, and had a message for London.
Yes, I knew the traitor couldn't allow you to get to London if he thought you had a message that would unmask him. Slingsby left us to use the phone, you remember. We had it tapped. We watched one of their agents plant the bomb on our plane.
And when Slingsby came along with me, you let Roberts have him?
Roberts, you might say, assisted me with the obsequies and disposal.
Tell me one thing. Did Krollman really have the name of the traitor?
I doubt it. He was a double agent. I never trusted him. He never gave us anything useful. I always thought he was of more benefit to the KGB than he was to us. So it was fitting they should make the final decision about him. And as they couldn't take the slightest risk of the name of their agent in the higher echelons of our service being leaked, they didn't hesitate to remove him.
What about Madeleine? Did they kill her too?
Yes. She was a defector, and by killing her in the way they did, they hoped to embarrass and discredit Western intelligence at one and the same time.
Excuse me, Mrs. Hayward.
A wife by the embassy, sir.
Thank you. For you, Mrs. O'Connell.
And who'd be known that I was here?
You better open it and find out.
That was the Vienna Connection, another of the spy thrillers by William Keenan, with John Bennett as Michael Hayward, Anna Cropper as Doris, Ronald Herdman as Strefford, David Marlowe as Colonel Belaketh, and Elizabeth Kelly as Aunt Claire. The rest of the cast were as follows: Graham Roberts as Robson, N. Reitel as Captain Werner Frickner of the Austrian Police, Blaine Fairman as Roberts, Alan Meadows as Slingsby, and Peter Bell as the hotel receptionist. Present Anna Cropper and John Bennett in The Night of Caesar's Knives by William Keenan. The Night of Caesar's Knives.
Happy to call home.
What a lovely big house.
It's been in the family since my father started the firm of Hayward Textiles.
What a wonderful stained glass window in the vestibule.
I'm glad you like it, Mrs. Hayward. I had wondered if you prefer a new house, complete with all mod cons and central heating.
No, this is marvellous. Thank you, darling.
What for?
For marrying your adoring secretary, our honeymoon, our home.
No regrets, then?
Well, after a whole month of bliss in the Harz Mountains, I'm just a little disappointed that I haven't conceived.
Hey, give us time, Doris, give us time.
We haven't got all that much time. Neither of us is in the first flush of youth, and the sooner we start our family, the better.
Well, I can only say I will do my utmost to oblige. Ouch! Hey, that was a foul. Elbow in the ribs.
You see what's going to happen if you're sarcastic with me. As your secretary, I had to take it. As your wife, I'll bash you in the ribs.
And I thought I'd married a dear little woman who would have my meals and slippers ready and announce with due dignity to the whole household at the ring of the doorbell, Papa is home.
Let us all gather round to make him happy and comfortable.
And why not? I have all the makings of the perfect chauvinistic male. But on this occasion, if Madam would care to remain seated, her chauffeur will open the door for her.
Thank you, James.
The name is Michael, Madam. Would you give me your hand, Madam, so that I can help you out?
My hand, Michael, such old-world courtesy. Ah! Put me down, Mike, put me down.
I'm carrying you over the threshold.
Oh, but not over your shoulder. My mother will see us. Aunt Claire will see... Mike, put me down.
I don't care who the hell sees us. Oh.
Aunt Claire, we've returned.
Indeed you have, and you look happy enough. If I were you, Michael, I'd keep her over my shoulder and take her up to her mother's room. Oh, it's very good of you to have us both come to live here.
All part of the marriage settlement, Aunt Claire. Anyway, it's a big, lonely house. We couldn't leave Doris's invalid mother on her own. And somebody's got to protect you from that KGB colonel, Uncle Balake.
Oh, I think the less said about him, the better. And Doris, while on that subject, I don't think we ought to let your mother know what happened in Germany. That your fine husband gets himself involved with British intelligence.
I was merely looking for an old friend.
Who just happened to be one of their missing agents.
All right, so they use my cover as a British businessman.
Used is the operative word. They used us all.
Oh, by the way, Robson, head of the German section, offered me a job in intelligence.
I hope you refused.
Of course.
But you were tempted.
What, when I just married a comely wife? I'd hate to be chasing around foreign parts.
I wonder if they've got your name on file now. Haywood Michael, textile exporter, brackets. Trustworthy and unafraid, in brackets.
I wouldn't put anything past that lot. And before I answer the phone, let me just wish for the both of you that the Lord will send his blessings on your union, and that you may live happily in this house and see your children's children. Oh, a lovely blessing, I always think.
Thank you, Aunt Claire. But the telephone?
Let's not answer it.
Well, it may be Claire's Russian boyfriend ringing all the way from Moscow.
Heavens above! A Russian bear of a man passes the time of day with me, and you've the nerve to insinuate that I'm interested in him. What would a respectable Irish widow see in a pagan fella like him? Though I must admit he has some human virtues.
With a few more like friend Balakev, the KGB will almost have a respectable image.
I think he fancied you, Aunt Claire.
I'd be having none of that impertinence from you, young lady. And I don't want the Colonel mentioned to your mother. Oh, I'd best answer that thing. 4392635. Yes, this is Mr. Haywood's residence.
Here we go.
Well, I just see if he's at home. Oh, who's calling? Renshaw with an E.
Oh, do you know anybody called Renshaw?
Yes.
Not offhand.
Hold on.
I have a feeling it's them again.
I'll not keep you a moment.
Them?
The intelligence people. Tell Aunt Claire to say we haven't arrived back yet.
You'll only ring again. I'll take it, Claire.
One moment. Mr. Haywood's here now.
Hello, Haywood.
My name is Renshaw, Tom Renshaw. We have a mutual friend, James Robson. He's in our continental section.
The German agency?
Yes, the German branch office.
Well, I don't think I wish to do any more business with our mutual friends, so you can save yourself further phone calls. Good day.
Mr. Haywood, you don't know yet what our offer is. It's a second honeymoon for you and your wife.
Oh, what's the catch?
None whatever. Just want to say thank you for your assistance in Germany. A holiday on the department.
It's them, right enough, Doris. They just want to say thank you by sending us on a second honeymoon.
They're trying to involve you again.
That's what I think.
Let me have a word with him. I'll put him off. Hello, this is Mrs. Haywood speaking. It really is most kind of you, Mr. Renshaw with an E, but we've only this minute just returned from our honeymoon, so under the circumstances I really...
You sound like a happy bride, Mrs. Haywood, and after all your husband went through...
Well, it is very, very kind of you to offer, but we couldn't possibly accept without my Aunt Claire coming with us, and without a full-time companion for my invalid mother. But thank you all the same.
I'm sure we can give you the extra facilities.
You can?
The third ticket will be awaiting you at Manchester Airport. In fact, you can have seats on tomorrow's flight. An agency will send a qualified nursing companion for you to interview within the hour, Mrs. Haywood.
But I'll have to speak with my husband. He's offering us flights tomorrow for you, me, and Aunt Claire. And there'll be someone to look after Mother.
An offer you can't refuse.
But, Mike...
Oh, and whilst you're making all the decisions, you might ask him where they booked for our second honeymoon.
What flight have we booked on, Mr. Renshaw?
The Rome flight.
Rome?
The Eternal City, Mrs. Haywood. So perfect for a honeymoon. At 10:30 a.m., flight BE...
759. Will passengers for flight 759 for Rome. Oh, I was half hoping we'd miss it.
I wonder why you took so long packing. Where's Renshaw?
Good morning to you. I have the tickets, and if you'll just let me have your baggage, I'll try to expedite matters.
How well organized you are, Renshaw. Now, if you ladies will go ahead, we'll bring the hand luggage.
Thank you, Michael. I'll keep me hold, Doris. I've me cardigan and such like.
I've got some magazines.
Well, Renshaw, now you can tell me what this honeymoon really entails.
The department is simply providing a second honeymoon for yourself and your good wife. Let's say certain parties were very pleased with what you accomplished in Germany. We found our agent. And your cover as a textile merchant was impeccable.
Because that's what I am, a textile merchant. Even if I am tricked into helping the department whilst on a perfectly legitimate business trip.
Of course.
Be that as it may, I'm not so naive to believe that a man like Robson is doing this out of the kindness of his heart.
I don't think we need bring personalities into this. Though, now you mention it, there is just a small favour you might do.
How did I guess?
It is for the department.
I never for a moment thought it would be for the National Health Service, run down though it may be.
There's no danger involved, just a relaxing few weeks in Rome doing as you please. Not the way you were involved in Germany.
You mean I'm not a clay pigeon this time?
All we want you to do is keep an eye on someone in the same line of business as yourself. A cotton manufacturer called Gerald Picton.
Picton Mills, Framwell?
Yes.
Oh, what's he doing? Selling red banners to China?
It's just that we'd like to know where he goes and who he meets. We don't want you to go around tracking him, but just keep an eye on him occasionally. There'll be a check at the end of it. What could be easier?
Sounds as simple as going.
All you've got to do is make Picton's acquaintance.
Hayward!
Gerald Picton, what are you doing on your way to Rome?
After some sunshine. You appear to be occupying our seats, old boy.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Gerald, so we are. We're further along.
Oh, no, stay. My secretary, Jean, prefers to be by the window. By the way, I heard you just got married.
Yes, second honeymoon. My wife, Doris.
Hello.
And Mrs. Claire O'Connell.
How do you do?
Hello there.
And this is my secretary, Jean Tyler, and a Swedish friend of mine, Sven Bast.
How do you do?
Well, pleased to meet you, Mr. Hayward.
Mrs. Hayward?
Look, we must have a get-together in Rome.
Good idea. See you in Rome.
I'm glad we decided to share a taxi. You know, Hayward, I feel I live more dangerously riding around Rome in these things than I do driving my racing car full out.
You've had rather a good season.
I picked up a few trophies on one or two circuits. No, how well do you know Rome?
Not very well. You can be our guide.
May I say you've made an excellent choice. I come here regularly. We're now outside the walls of the city of ancient Rome. Those bells we just heard are from the Church of St. Paul's.
Now, I'd love to see inside that church, Mr. Picton, so I would.
Unfortunately, Mrs. O'Connell, the little painting shop I was telling Hayward about is in the opposite direction.
I was hoping our guide to Rome would show us St. Peter's, and not a shop in a back street. Will you look at those Latin drivers, Doris, taking that bend without slowing down? Oh, as for that one, well... And I'll not believe me eyes.
Oh, yes, Aunt Claire, what is it?
I thought I saw...
Yes?
Oh, it must be my imagination playing tricks with me.
You look a little pale, Mrs. O'Connell.
Just a little exhausted with the heat, Mr. Bast.
Well, then at the next cafe you must sit down and have a cool drink with me, whilst the others visit the modern art shop. And please, call me Sven. I will show you St. Peter's, for I know Rome well. I live here.
Ah, buongiorno, Mr. Picton. Very well, are you?
Fine, Enzo, fine. I've been telling my friends of the excellent pictures you sell.
Oh, it's very kind, signore. What can I show you on this visit?
Have you any more pictures by the artist who always paints a cat in the corner?
Ghetto. That is the name for cat. And that is the name the artist goes by.
You don't happen to know his real name?
Ah, no, signore. A friend brings his painting, and I pay what Gatto asks. He is becoming, how do you say in English, everybody want him?
Much sought after. Fashionable.
Ah, see. No, I have one here, a view of Rome and the Tiber. How does that strike you?
Oh, that's absolutely marvellous. Don't you think so, Hayward?
It's quite colourful. The liberal amount of paint used.
Well, you can feel the warmth of the sun. And look at those dark, mysterious shadows. There's depth, dimension.
It has something about it, Mike. You can buy it for me if it isn't too expensive. A memento of our second honeymoon.
Sorry to disappoint you, Mrs. Hayward, but I'm buying this one.
Oh, forgive us, Gerald. We hadn't realised that you were interested.
I buy all Gatto. I've instructed Enzo here to get me all he can.
But this one was in the window.
It would still not be for sale unless I did not want it. Isn't that correct, Enzo?
That is so, Mr. Picton. I will have it delivered to your hotel. The Colony Flaminia, as usual.
It is. I'll be in again to argue the price and see what else you've got, Enzo.
Well, I'm not an art expert, but I thought Gatto's view of Rome and the Tiber...
Looked like hasty, out of perspective, botched-up painting. Here's your bathrobe. Or have I put it too strongly?
Well, on the right of the painting was, I suppose, the Quirinal, but the King's Palace looked in a twist.
Skew width, awry and slanting.
So you noticed it?
I'm noticing you too in your bathrobe. Fresh, flushed, inviting.
We're going to miss dinner.
Who cares?
They're expecting us, Picton, his secretary and Aunt Claire. They wonder why we haven't gone down.
Let them wonder.
No, Mike Hayward. We really should be going down to dinner. Will you stop kissing me whilst I'm trying to talk to you? And stop!
Blast.
Who could it be?
Well, it may stop ringing. Oh, I suppose we better answer. Room 178?
Is that you, Hayward?
Yes.
Sven Bast here. Have you eaten?
Well, no. We were wondering whether to have something sent up to our room.
Oh, I have a better idea. Come to my apartment. I have a wonderful meal waiting for you. Via della Consolidazione, number 23. It's only a few minutes by taxi from your hotel at this time of night.
It's very kind of you, but we are rather tired. Not used to the Roman sunshine, you know.
Oh, that I cannot believe, Haywood. Only mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun, no? You are a robust race. I am sure a little sunshine has not made you too tired to appreciate a superb Italian meal.
I'm sorry, but...
But nothing, Haywood. You must come. We have something to discuss.
Have we?
I want to hear about Germany. I understand you were working for British intelligence. If not working, then helping. Am I correct?
Oh, and who told you that?
If you would like to know, why not come and have dinner? There are other interesting things I wish to speak with you about.
I'll come alone.
And leave your newly wedded wife in the hotel? Oh, how ungallant, Haywood. No, the invitation is to both of you. 23 Via della Consolidazione, Haywood.
It appears we have a dining out engagement.
You're trying to be casual, which makes me suspect that you're worried. Isn't it about time you told me what French you had to say at the airport this morning? You seem to go into a conspiratorial huddle.
Was it so obvious?
Well, not to most people, but to your wife and former secretary it was obvious you were cooking something up between you.
Well, our second honeymoon offer has a small print clause.
I'd have been amazed if it hadn't. Well?
I have to keep an eye on Picton.
Whatever for?
Renshaw didn't say. And if I'd insisted on an explanation, it would only have been a pack of lies.
Well, so who rang us up to invite us out to dinner?
Sven Bast.
Well, he was quite charming to Aunt Claire this afternoon. I think at one stage he was trying to get her on her own.
Was he now?
Don't make it sound so sinister.
Well, this isn't purely a social invitation. You see, Sven Bast knows what we were doing in Germany.
So, this is the Via della Consolidazione. Let's pretend we're two young lovers.
23 is the next one.
Oh, well. Ah, that looks like the bell. I rather fancy you should sing as you press.
We'd most probably get a bucket of water thrown over us. I think someone's coming now. No? Must have been imagining things.
I thought I heard something then.
Instead of footsteps, or whatever they were, carrying on, they've stopped abruptly.
That was my impression, too. Mike?
Yes, what is it?
The key's there. It's been left in the lock.
Must have forgotten to take it out. Or he might have left it there for us.
It could also have been left in by someone who was too much in a hurry.
Somebody we might have disturbed? Let's see if it's the right key.
I would prefer the gentleman to go first on this occasion.
Well, we agreed till death us do part. Ah, a marble hall. Dark and cool at midday.
But too dark, eerie, and cold for late evening.
Seems to be a light coming from the room on the far right. Mr. Bast? Mr. Bast? Anyone home?
I think we ought to leave it for another time. He must have been suddenly called away.
Well, he would have rung us.
He might have done that and found we'd already left the hotel.
Then he would have waited for us. The speed our taxi driver travelled, he would have been lucky to be out of the house before we arrived. I think I'd better take a look. Incredible. Here, take a look at this.
What is it?
A table laid for a banquet.
Meats, roasts, cold chickens and sauces. A mountain of fruit. Wine. Like an ancient Roman banquet. Well, our Swedish gentleman Sven Bast does himself well. Let's toast to absent friends and then dig in.
Doris?
Do you think he's trying to scare us in some way?
I don't know what to make of it.
Is there a cellar under the house?
I'm going to take a look.
Well, don't leave me in this room. There's a distinct smell of cigar smoke. Someone's been here, and recently.
If I could find the lights for the hall. Oh, there's something here. Well, that seems to be the switch, but nothing happens.
I think the lights are on the marble pillars, Mike. Those flaming torch things.
No, Doris, stay where you are. There's a body with a wire around its neck, hanging from the light bracket.
Oh, I feel I'm going to faint. Mike, come back, please.
It's Sven Bast. Yeah, I'm going to get him down. He might still be alive.
Well?
He's quite dead. One shoe's untied and has come off.
Oh, Mike. Let's get away from here, please, Mike.
Wait. There's something inside the shoe. Canvas. A torn strip of canvas.
Let's get away while we can. We must call the police.
Someone seems to have already called them.
Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Haywood. I followed you out on a later plane.
Renshaw, I ought to strangle you.
But I brought red roses and champagne.
The roses are lovely, though.
I thought as we were in Rome, perhaps the Italian version of champagne. Excellent year. Doris, a glass for you. Haywood.
Thanks. And I've just the toast for the occasion. May we not rot long in an Italian jail.
Why, what's the matter?
Or perhaps we should drink to the memory of Sven Bast.
Sven Bast is the Swede in Picton's party.
Yes. May he rest in peace.
And that's how we found him.
Strangled by a wire.
You say he rang you and said he knew about Germany?
Yes.
But how could he?
I don't know.
The police will soon trace you through the taxi driver. Why did you run out of the rear cellar door?
Why? Because I didn't want to spend my first night of my Rome honeymoon explaining to the Italian police how I came to find the body. I also thought I might catch a glimpse of the person who had left the place that same way shortly before us.
And did you?
No.
You say you let down the body?
Yes. There might have been a glimmer of life left for all I knew. I had to see.
Quite. But in the process you would have left your fingerprints on the wire and perhaps the marble pillar. And then again it would already have been on the door handle and key. And you, Doris, did you touch anything?
Spoon, one or two silver dish covers.
Yes, so they'll trace you to this hotel via the taxi driver and then match both sets of fingerprints. Well, we could fly you out of Rome, but that would convince the police you killed him, and they could apply for an extradition warrant.
Some second honeymoon.
Which, in turn, would lead to awkward questions in the house. It looks, Haywood, as if you'll have to stay.
In this bridal suite? or in jail?
Depends how much of your story the Italian police choose to believe, but we'll do all we can for you, old man.
What about his old woman?
When it comes to affairs of the heart, these Italians are very understanding. I'm sure they'll put you in a cell together. Love in a hut with water and a crust. Anyway, what are you worried about? Contrary to general opinion, I believe marriages thrive on hardship. It's when the couple becomes affluent the troubles start.
Who are you ringing?
I'm doing what every upright British citizen would do after discovering a crime, informing the police. They contacted the consulate, and the consul asked me to assist in the matter. They are on honeymoon and were invited by Mr. Bast. They found him dead and panicked, not knowing what to do.
But they knew enough to ring the consulate for assistance. These are the two?
Yes. No, forgive me, Mr. and Mrs. Hayward. This is Captain Averno of the Rome Police.
You had a very disturbing experience, I understand.
Very disturbing, to say the least.
And how did you come to know Mr. Bast?
They travelled on the same plane. Sven Bast was in the company of a friend of Hayward's.
Please let Mr. Hayward answer the questions. Is that correct, Mr. Hayward?
Yes.
And who was this mutual friend, Mr. Hayward?
Mr. Picton. We're in the same line of business, textiles.
And that is how you come to know him?
Yes.
Did he come with you to Roma?
Yes, he's staying at this hotel.
And that is convenient for us all, isn't it? But let us talk about tonight. Mr. Bast rang you and invited you to dinner. You went along and found him dead. How did you get in?
The key was in the door.
You let yourself in?
We waited and...
And you unlocked the door and walked inside?
Yes.
You're not a timid man, then, Mr. Hayward?
I suppose not.
You have the nerve to walk into a strange house, but when you find the host dead, you suddenly turn into a frightened rabbit and run. Surely it would have been easier to stay.
I realize now we should have done that. Instead, we rang the British consul.
3.5 hours later, senor.
We walked back.
But you took a taxi to get there. Why didn't you call a taxi to take you back to the hotel or to a consul official? Was it that you were trying to be inconspicuous?
Perhaps that was in our minds. We're also not used to the Italian phone.
But you managed to call the consul? What number did you ring that time of night?
We have a night number in the book, Captain.
Please, Mr. Renshaw. You're quite capable of answering such simple questions.
Perhaps it was my being with him, Captain Averno. My husband was afraid for me. He's very protective.
Of course, senor. I understand now. In such circumstances, a husband would want to spare his wife distress and discomfort.
Yes, you are very kind and understanding, Captain.
And I will commend your handling of this unfortunate affair in my report, Captain.
Prego, senor. But I would like Mr. and Mrs. Hayward to remain in Roma until investigations are complete. And there may be other questions to be answered.
Of course.
Good night, senora. Senor.
Well, that wasn't too painful, was it? You handled it quite well, Hayward. And now the police have gone, we'll take a look at that canvas strip of painting you found. Under the cat, there is a word. Tiber.
Yes, it's a view of the Tiber.
No, the word is not Tiber.
You sure?
Yes, quite sure. After the R. There are more letters, and they're clear and distinct. I-U-S.
Tiberius.
Tiberius Caesar. What do you know of him?
He retired to Capri, indulged in sexual extravagances, together with every sort of cruelty. He used to strangle his victims. Their children as well, if I remember my history correctly.
Did you say strangle?
Yes, Doris. I wonder, could there be a connection between strangling Sven Bast and the name Tiberius?
I was wondering the same thing. I was also remembering a rhyme written about him. It went, "You cruel monster, I'll be damned I will, if even your own mother loves you still."
But Tiberius has been dead many a long year.
AD 37.
You must have a very good memory for dates, Renshaw.
I have, as a matter of fact.
Or do I get the impression you've been reading up on Tiberius?
By chance, I have been doing a little research on that period.
By chance?
I also read classics at Oxford, Hayward.
And you've been carrying the date of Tiberius's death around with you since your happy student days. Well, well.
My memory was refreshed by my recent research.
How convenient. How timely.
Isn't it? Well, I must not interrupt the honeymoon. I'll be around, and anything you find out I shall pass back to London. On my way out, I'll have another bottle of wine sent up. Good night.
You could cheerfully strangle Renshaw. He was too quick to spot the name Tiberius. Could it be some kind of code?
Well, I hardly think it was the signature of the Emperor Tiberius. The paint would have had time to dry in 1900-odd years.
Was the paint wet?
Well, no. But it looked like it hadn't been dry for very long.
Doris, I'm glad I married a wife who can detect such detail.
And has the ability to climb over a wall-train vine after rushing out of the back doors of Roman cellars as the police enter the house by the front door.
Which goes to show that being a wife can be more interesting than going out to work as a secretary. Scared?
Well, since you've asked, I think that once again we are deliberately being drawn into things, and the people involving us know far more about what's going on than they're prepared to say.
I would agree with that assessment.
Then why don't we get out?
Well, you heard Captain Averna. We have to remain.
It could take months.
Then we'll have a prolonged honeymoon at the expense of the British taxpayer. No wonder Parliament is not allowed to study their account estimates.
What about Aunt Claire?
Well, no reason for her to worry.
Aunt Claire? Good grief!
What about Aunt Claire?
Well, she's been wondering what happened to us. She was expecting us down to dinner. We went out without leaving a word.
Well, she presumed we had an early night.
But suppose she rang the suite and found no answer. She'd be worried. Oh, I'll give her a ring.
At this time? It's 9 minutes to 2 in the morning.
If Aunt Claire has been worrying, I'm quite sure she'll prefer to know we're back safe and sound. Then at least she can sleep peacefully.
But you might waken her out of a deep sleep.
A deep, uneasy sleep. It will only waken her up for a couple of minutes, and then she can return to her slumbers. 1, 7, 9.
Make sure you dial the right number.
I have done.
That's probably your aunt at the door now. Come in.
Mr. Renshaw ordered wine for you.
Such a thoughtful person. Just leave it there.
Do you wish me to serve the wine?
No, thanks. We'll manage.
Very good, sir.
It's funny. There's no reply.
So, she's in the sleep of the just.
She must hear the phone.
Even if she's taken a sleeping pill?
Aunt Claire does not take sleeping pills or any other pills, for your information.
Good for her.
Oh, don't be so frivolous, Mike. We should have told her where we were going.
Good job we didn't, as it turned out. Look, I'll ring reception and see if she's changed rooms. Or if that's the right number.
Well, thank you for a sensible suggestion for once.
Reception.
Hayward, 178 here. Could you tell me if Mrs. Claire O'Connell is still in room 179?
See. One moment, please. The key is here, so she has not come back yet.
Not come back? Do you know where she went?
No, signori. There was a call for her about an hour after you left. She must have gone out immediately afterwards.
Did the caller leave a name?
No, signore, no name. He asked for Mrs. Claire O'Connell, and we had her paged. That is why I remember so clearly. The gentleman spoke English, but I'm sure he was not an Englishman.
More coffee?
No, thanks.
Oh, now I know what it's going to be like waiting up for our teenage daughters.
Your Aunt Claire saw something that gave her quite a shock this afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon now. Oh, shouldn't we call the police or Renshaw?
I think I'll check her room first. Empty.
Tonight you're laid out in the bed. I'll just check the bathroom. No.
She left the balcony window open.
Mike! There's someone out there.
Stand back.
Look out! Mike! Mike!
Mike! Mike! Mike! Mike! Mike!
Oh, that hurts.
I'm only bathing your head with cotton wool and warm water.
I remember rushing through the French windows.
Well, his first blow missed and shattered the glass.
The sudden noise of it made me hesitate.
That's when he hit you. He caught you once in the stomach and then on the head, knocking you back into the room.
Did he only hit me twice? Thought the hotel had fallen in on me.
Well, they look like karate blows. You've a terrible bruise on the left side of your head.
What happened to our visitor?
He had a rope fastened to the balustrade of the balcony, and he let himself down the side of the wall. But he dropped this.
Let me see. Book matches. Chat Noir. That's the name of the nightclub. And a black cat. Like the one on the painting.
A replica, you might say, but look on the back.
A coin portrait of a Roman emperor.
And if my convent Latin is correct, the inscription records heir of the deified Augustus Tiberius.
And below is the reverse side, presumably. Tiberius, triumphant, riding in his chariot. But what has the long-dead Tiberius to do with the Rome of today? And British intelligence?
There's someone at the door.
Hey, switch off the light.
So, good night, my Irish lady. You see, Comrade Boris Balakev is a gentleman and escorts Claire O'Connell to the very door of her own.
And that's as far as you will escort me, Comrade Balakev. Atheism and moral decline go together, and I'll have none of either. Good night to you.
Aunt Claire.
Balakev.
We've been worried to death, Aunt Claire. Where have you been?
I thought I'd seen a ghost this afternoon. I never expected to find the KGB in Rome. But it must have been Colonel Balakev I saw, because after dinner the phone rang and it was the heathen himself.
A trade union delegation was having a reception. I thought an Irish representative was called for, and after seeing your aunt...
How did you know where she was staying?
I had her followed.
By a member of your trade delegation, no doubt.
Good lady, some of your virtues are rubbing off on me. It was one of my men. There, I speak the truth and feel good.
What are you doing in Rome, Colonel?
I am a member of a trade union delegation.
Fostering goodwill?
You might call it that.
You're not studying ancient history at the same time.
Ah, the Caesars.
One particular Caesar. His system of government allowed for no rivals. He was a fine example of a totalitarian ruler, which goes to show how history repeats itself. Continually.
You English, you think that your two-party system is the answer to the world's problems. But ancient Rome had two parties also.
So you think it was better under the rule of the Caesars?
Benevolent dictatorship is the most efficient form of government. But how often are dictators benevolent? After Augustus came Tiberius.
Would it be fair to assume that you do not approve of the doings of Tiberius, then, Colonel Balakev?
You would be correct to make such an assumption. You could also say that I disapprove of all things done under the name of Tiberius at all times. But I have kept Mrs. O'Connell out late. And so, my good Irish lady, when you pray those beads tonight, say one for me.
And how would you be knowing that I always say my rosary before getting into bed?
In these days of electronic devices, nothing seems sacred. Don't forget. Just one. Offered for me, Claire O'Connell.
You'll need more than one, Colonel Balakev.
With that, I would not disagree.
Well, I'd keep you in mind.
Well, who knows? I could be eternally grateful. In my line of business, it's so difficult getting insurance for this world. Never mind for the hereafter.
Oh, it's quite a hectic day.
The understatement of our honeymoon. Hey, move over. Make room for your bruised and battered husband.
Darling, you really do look badly bruised.
Ah, but you are fair and you are comely.
Isn't the quotation black and comely, darling?
I really have no colour prejudices in the matter, Doris. Why the hell do we have to have a room with a phone? I'm going to tear the damn thing from its socket.
Well, the dominant male. Well, go on then, throw it out through the window.
Have somebody knocking at the door. Hello.
Don't burst my eardrums, old boy.
Renshaw? I'll burst more than your eardrums. Do you know what time it is?
If it's very important, I wouldn't have rung.
Look, tell me at breakfast.
Can't do that, old man.
Why not?
You could both be in danger. If I were you, I'd get out of bed without switching on the light and go over to the door. When you hear 4 knocks, dida, dida, it'll be me. But I would advise you still to make sure.
Oh, who is it? Oh, do hang up, or your fair and comely wife will be fast asleep.
It's Renshaw.
Hello?
He says we're in danger.
Oh, not again.
Hello, are you there?
Doris, wake up.
I wouldn't bother too much about waking Doris. I'd make for the door. You see, I slipped a little something into that glass of wine I gave her earlier on. Now, wait by the door.
Who is it?
Renshaw, with an E.
Enter, Renshaw, with an E. And you better have a good explanation for drugging my wife's drink.
We have to get out of here. Others know you're working for us, so we want to keep you nice and safe for a few days. I thought if Doris were asleep, it would be easier, not as emotionally disturbing.
Renshaw, I promise you I'm going to break your neck one of these days and toss you in the Tiber.
Steady on, old boy, only doing my job. Can you put a coat on your wife or something? I'll give you a hand getting her to the car. There we go. Good evening, Haywood.
And what brings James Robson, head of the German branch office, to Rome?
I say, what's the matter with Doris?
Renshaw drugged her.
Yes, Renshaw does enjoy the cloak and dagger stuff, but the drug is only of short duration. A stiff brandy should wake up the sleeping beauty. You may wait in the car, Renshaw. But
It may seem trivial and mundane to you, Robson, but men don't like having their wives drugged.
Quite so. I will have words with Renshaw.
You seem well acquainted with the drug used. Are you sure he wasn't doing it on your instructions?
My dear fellow, do you think I would give such an order?
Yes.
Yes, well, I'll pour your wife a brandy. And for you, Haywood, I have an excellent local wine.
Not drugged, I trust.
Now, why should I drug you when we're all going to a party?
A party?
Yes. Now, just wet your wife's lips with this brandy, Haywood, and it should do the trick.
Oh, darling.
You see, Haywood, no ill effects whatsoever.
Wake up, Doris. We're going to a party.
Welcome to the Chat Noir.
Table for four, please.
No, 3. Mr. Robson will not be joining us.
Why's that?
He's not one for going out in the early hours.
You mean he doesn't like to present the opposition with an easy target?
Perhaps.
For 3, signore.
Thank you. Oh, waiter, could I have a packet of your special matches? I believe you have some with a portrait of Tiberius Caesar.
Oh, I am afraid not, sir. They have all been sold. We did not have very many of them.
Well, isn't that rather costly, having a specially designed book match for the club and then only selling a few of them? I was thinking of the printing cost, for example.
I will pass on your comments to the manager, sir.
Yes, why not?
Who's giving the party over there?
Oh, that is another Englishman, sir. Mr. Picton.
Picton?
Is someone taking my name in vain? Hayward! What are you doing here? I never expected to see you painting the town red on your second honeymoon, or else I'd have invited you. Come and join us.
Doris, you look like you're dozing off.
Oh, I'm rather sleepy.
You know my secretary, Jean? That's her next to the hefty fella.
Yes, we met on the plane, but...
What's the matter?
Well, the man she's with, I feel I've seen him before.
Oh, he's an American, Harry Carlson.
Does he live in Rome?
Yes, buys and sells antiques.
Oh, and is he interested in paintings too?
Carson? He's interested in everything. But come and join us.
Waiter, where's scotch on the rocks? Big ones this time.
Harry, haven't you had enough?
The short answer is no.
Harry, you'll have to be more sociable. We have 3 more guests. Mr. and Mrs. Hayward, friends of mine from England, and...
Renshaw with an E at the end. Tom Renshaw.
Well, come and have a drink, Tom.
Don't mind if I do.
Hell, where's the scotch?
Patience, Harry. You've only just ordered.
Yes, Harry, you're making a spectacle of yourself.
So what? Who cares?
I care, Harry.
Jean, for goodness sake, what is there to get all head up about?
The amount you're drinking. This is the last one. Understand?
Dames.
And don't call me a dame.
Okay, Jean, okay.
And Mr. Picton. I think you've had enough for one day, too.
If my secretary says so.
Secretaries have a way of saying such things and making you obey.
Well, I need a drink to waken me up. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
What brought you here if Doris is so sleepy?
Renshaw.
I thought when in Rome they ought to experience some of the Rome nightlife.
Quite right. Here's the waiter.
Scusi, Is there a Mr. Haywood in this party?
I'm Haywood.
There is a telephone call for you, Mr. Haywood. This way, please.
Who can that be?
Perhaps it's Doris's Aunt Claire.
She doesn't know we're here. Oh, then again, she might have got the message.
We left at reception?
Yes.
Yes. Excuse me, ma'am.
We have put the call on this extension phone in this room.
Thank you. Haywood speaking. Hello? Hello? Waiter, the phone's dead. Where...
The waiter has gone about his duties.
Balakev?
The phone call was, what is the word in English? A ruse.
A ruse?
It comes from the old French ruse, to get out of the way, no?
In English, it means a trick or a cunning scheme.
Very appropriate to your English intelligence service. They are full of tricks and cunning schemes. For example, they have explained to you what they are trying to achieve here in Rome.
Not fully.
Such wonderful English understatement. Not fully. Not at all, eh? But as if I am any judge. You know nothing about what is going on. They are letting you provoke situations, desperate to catch the mackerel. But you could be eliminated, swallowed, like mackerel devouring whitebait, Haywood.
I see you are a fisherman too, Balakev.
Ah, you English, you make light of everything and you take too many risks. You should first find out what your assignment involves and how dangerous it is.
Is that what you wanted to get me alone for? To warn me?
Yes, Haywood. I would not want you to come to grief for your aunt's sake.
Such consideration from a KGB colonel.
Oh, have you not heard? We are trying to improve our image. You see, I have already been influenced by your lightheartedness.
Well, whatever your motives, thanks for the warning.
Don't mention it, old boy. One of my weaknesses is liking people, fellow human beings.
I can see Aunt Claire's influence, too. But in your line of business, liking people can be a great weakness.
You, too, at the moment, are in this line of business, Haywood. Good night to you.
Good night.
Oh, and Haywood.
Yes, Colonel?
I think it has been put around by your superiors that you are in possession of a certain strip of painting.
What?
You see, they have not kept you informed. The left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. That is the whisper we picked up.
I don't believe it.
You will see. By the way, Haywood, have you been to Leningrad lately?
Leningrad? What are you talking about?
If anyone should ask you that question, you must say, I think St. Petersburg is much more romantic as a name. Now, I will wait here a little longer. You had better rejoin your party.
Haywood, here's your drink. Who was ringing you at this unearthly hour?
Just an old friend. Cheers.
Cheers. By the way, Mike, you must meet one of the guests, Count Roberto Galateo.
Galateo?
Good evening, Mr. Haywood.
Oh.
It is a name that has become proverbial in Italy. You see, one of my ancestors, some 400 years ago, wrote one of the world's lasting books on social behavior, Della Casa Galateo. For anyone whose manners are not what they should be, we say, non conosce il Galateo. He does not know his Galateo.
Who?
Ah, and this is your charming wife. I, Count Galateo. Kiss your hand.
A polite reprimand on manners can also be introduced with Monsignor de la Casa dice. Monsignor de la Casa says.
Quite so. You are an educated English lady, I see.
My convent education took in de la Casa, but the title of the book Galateo was derived from the name of Galeazzo Florimonte, Bishop of Aquino. I remember Sister Elizabeth telling us about him.
Such a rare flower of femininity, beauty, and intellect.
Your flattery will not stop me disclosing the fact that the Della Casa was the author, and as the name Galateo was derived from the bishop Della Casa met in Rome in the 16th century...
I cannot be descended from the author.
Or one of your ancestors did not write one of the lasting books on social behavior, Signore.
You see through my joke. But I am a count of sorts. I make my money by commerce. Tell me, Mr. Haywood, what is your line of business?
Textiles.
Textiles? I also deal in them. There is some magnificent Italian material on the market now. I must show it to you. My firm is Fattorini Exports. Here, on my business card, is my address. Oh, but I am going there now. Why not call on your way back to your hotel? I always keep a few bottles of excellent scotch in my office.
Well, another time, perhaps. It is a little late, and we have no car.
You do have a car, old man. Yes,
What?
indeed. I forgot to tell you. I've arranged for you to have one during your stay.
Oh.
I'll have it brought round right away. Goes like a bomb, old boy. Roman sunshine, it's as good as new. No body rot, engine finely tuned.
Who does it belong to?
Me, old boy.
Why did you have it brought down specially?
Just listen to that. You can hardly tell the engine's running.
I'm impressed. The engine's in good condition. Why has all this been set up for me?
Good question, old boy. You see, we wanted you to come here tonight because we thought someone might make you an offer.
Why should they do that?
Because of the strip of painting you found, perhaps.
What was on the strip of painting?
We're still having it tested. We don't know.
Look, Renshaw, I want to know what's going on. And I'm not getting involved in anything more until there's a thorough briefing.
I'll pass your views on to Robson.
It looks to me as if I'm being used as bait. A sprat to catch a mackerel.
Who told you that?
Someone in the club, as a matter of fact.
Well, that's impossible.
Then it's not true that I'm being used as bait?
It's utter rubbish, Haywood. It's simply that Galateo deals in textiles. You might learn something about his premises.
Oh? And why should I want to learn anything about his premises?
He deals in so many things and tells so many stories. He obviously wants you to meet him. If you like, I'll come with you. I'll make myself comfortable in the boot. But make sure you don't lock it. No one must see us together.
Isn't there a danger you'll suffocate?
No.
Pity.
The boot has had passengers before. Carried all sorts of things.
I bet it has. All right. I'll give Galateo about 20 minutes start then. But the first thing I'm going to do is seeing Doris safely back to the hotel.
Not the hotel, old boy. We have a place for you. Both of you, a secluded villa. Does that mean you're not going to Fattorini Exports?
It means I might or I might not have time to try out the car you're lending us, Renshaw.
I'm glad you decided to come. Oh, by the way, I would lock your car. Many thieves about these days, and an English sports car is sure to attract their attentions.
Very well. These doors. You pull this latch, and when you close it, the door's locked.
That leaves only the boot.
Oh, there's nothing in the boot.
Spare wheel? Tires? Of course, it might be locked already. So it is. Remember to keep doors and boot locked always.
I didn't think I had locked it, as a matter of fact.
Well, you did. This way. As you can see, Mr. Haywood, none of your modern glass or concrete office for me, where the windows rattle every time a car or train goes past. These old buildings are cool and soundproof. We are here. Please, take a seat.
More sumptuous than I expected.
Oh, quite deliberate. They come up the stairs, and then they are pleasantly surprised when they enter.
Your paintings are superior to the faded posters on the stairs. So's your air conditioning.
I like a little creature comfort.
You said you had some textiles to show me.
Not really textiles, Haywood.
Oh?
More textile designs. We have an up-and-coming designer by the name of Gatto.
Cat?
Yes. Some of his paintings he signs with a cat.
Not all of them?
No, not all of them. His textile designing he does under another name.
And what name is that, I wonder?
I have a terrible memory for names.
Have you, Mr. Galateo?
Count Galateo.
Mr. Hayward.
Oh, I thought that was another of your jokes, like the one about your ancestors.
It is no joke.
Neither is my visit here. I'm sure you didn't invite me to show me textiles, but I am interested in acquiring paintings by Gatto, especially if they're signed Tiberius.
They can be very costly and dangerous paintings. You need capital and organization, and you have to know not only the right people, but the correct things to say.
Such as?
Haywood, have you been in Leningrad lately?
I think St. Petersburg is much more romantic as a name.
If you will excuse me for one moment, Mr. Haywood, I have something that should interest you. It is a picture, although not very big, and therefore easier to handle. Here we are. I had it ready, just in case. I will stand it on my desk, and you can look at it from where you are.
You don't trust me?
I don't trust anyone, Haywood. Well, do you like it?
What's it supposed to be?
A good question, Haywood. I know what it shows. The foreground is a cobbled alley looking out on lovely olive groves with the sea below.
Where is it?
Not far from Capri, I think.
Capri?
You seem surprised.
I was thinking of its connections with Caesar Tiberius.
That was not the answer, Haywood.
What do you mean?
That the gun in my hand is of a very heavy caliber, ideal for making hits.
Where did I go wrong?
Like there was an answer to my question about Leningrad, so there was at the mention of Capri.
Do you intend to kill me?
Anyone who has managed to breach our security has usually ended up
strangled
or with a knife in his back, which is why I also carry one.
Bravo, old boy.
Renshaw!
That was jolly spectacular, Haywood. I arrived to see you leap through the air, kick the gun and knife out of his hands, and finish him off with 2 beautiful commando blows. Out like a light. But I suggest we get out of here before their reinforcements arrive. They have a Mercedes! They're trying to block the exit! That's it, Haywood. Drive like the devils in hell went after you. They'll stop at nothing to get a painting back. Make for the river. And let's have some noise from the horns. I never thought I'd be so glad to see policemen. And Italian bobbies at that.
I'm sorry we have to separate you and your friend, Mr. Haywood. For a long time I've been wanting to get my hands on Renshaw. Now I'm looking forward to the interrogation. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
Very wise. Being a captain of police has pressures which encourage smoking, no?
If you say so.
But how can I give up smoking when I have problems like you, Haywood?
Problems?
I have to charge you with a dozen traffic offenses to start with.
I'll plead guilty.
And what about the murder of Sven Bast?
He had been murdered before we arrived. Or had you forgotten?
By your side or by the other side, Haywood?
Now, that I don't know.
Which almost sounds like the truth. But there is a story going around you were brought in by British intelligence. What better cover than a newly married pair of lovers, a businessman who married his charming secretary?
Well, what was I allegedly brought in to do?
What were Mr. and Mrs. Haywood brought in to do?
Oh, no. She knows nothing about it.
So you do?
She's not involved in any way.
English gallantry is not dead.
It's the truth.
I would like to believe you. I would hate to think of that charming Mrs. Haywood spending a long time in our jails.
She's done nothing. You're bluffing.
Very well. I'm bluffing. I take your word for it that she has done nothing.
You have to take my word. You've no evidence of the contrary.
True, my friend. But I have a better charge.
Better charge?
One I can prove.
Rubbish.
Conspiracy to steal works of art is considered a very serious crime in my country.
Conspiracy?
The painting of the alleyway and the olive groves found in your car.
You're not telling me that was a work of art. Every painting I've seen by Gatto seems out of perspective.
Done in great taste. Cover up.
Cover up?
Yes, one painting covering another, and that of great value. The view through the alleyway covered up an old master stone from Milano 3 weeks ago. It is valued in excess of $1 million US. The going rate for that kind of theft is 20 to 30 years jail. Usually it is very difficult to prove unless you actually catch the thieves in possession of the works. In your case...
You did just that. How convenient.
That is what I was thinking, Mr. Haywood.
Suppose I tell you that I didn't steal it.
That is what they all say. Only you would have to have a better answer still.
Why?
Because your fingerprints are on the frame. You obviously took a firm hold of it and left wonderfully clear impressions. Fingers, thumbs, palms. Our fingerprint experts are quite delighted.
I bet they are.
So, I wait your explanation. You're quite sure you would not... like a cigarette?
I would be delighted to have a coffee with you, Claire O'Connell.
I don't remember asking you.
Ah, where is your Christian charity, Claire? Especially after going to morning mass.
So, you're having me followed again, I see.
Your race has survived Cromwell and famines, expulsions and persecutions. I would hate to see such a fine specimen like yourself pass away before your appointed time.
Your Russian-Irish accent is out of this world, Colonel. And so beautifully put, before me appointed time. Oh, bless you. But I have a guardian angel to look after me who'll do a better job than both lots of you.
Both lots of us? Which lot is which lot? Sometimes it is very blurred.
I'm not surprised the way you all carry on. Have a cup of coffee now. There's a clean cup on the next table here. I just help myself and save the waiter's legs. There now. You like yours black and strong, as I recall.
Thank you, Claire. But tell me, my favorite militant Christian, how do you know angels exist?
Revelation. From end to end, Scripture is filled with them. And don't we know from our Lord's own words that every child has an angel to guard him? But you won't have read the New Testament, and neither the Old for that matter.
I know the first Christians were very mindful of spirits they called guardian angels.
And weren't the early Christians on very familiar terms with their guardian angels? When St. Peter escaped from prison, the Acts describe how the angel led him past the guards, how the iron gate leading to the city opened of its own accord.
Chapter 12, dear lady.
You know. You've read it then.
Well, as a former interrogator, I had to be widely read. Didn't Peter, realizing that the Lord had sent an angel to deliver him out of Herod's hands, go to the house of Mark's mother?
He did.
A girl called Rhoda came to answer when he knocked at the porch door, and she, recognizing Peter's voice, was too overjoyed to open the gate for him. She ran in and told them that Peter was standing at the gate. Thou art mad, they told her.
But she insisted it was so. And they said it must be his guardian angel.
Meanwhile, Peter went on knocking. And why are you looking at me with your mouth wide open, Claire O'Connell?
The devil can quote Scripture.
And I thought you were impressed.
Perhaps I was. And perhaps I was a little uncharitable. After all, Saul the persecutor became Paul the apostle.
Quite so. And many a Christian lady was married to a pagan husband.
Why a sudden interest in things spiritual? Oh, if I didn't know you as a devious KGB colonel, I could almost mistake it for a proposal. You're not suggesting that a militant Catholic and a militant communist get together, are you? Oh, that sort of ecumenism is ridiculous.
Dialogue. That is the new word, dear lady.
Indeed. And you'll be wanting more than dialogue with me, Colonel, judging by the twinkle in your eye.
Quite so.
But it's impossible. It's out of the question. The pagans let their wives live according to their consciences.
You yourself have quoted Lenin to me. He said it ought to be left to the individual to choose.
Well, why don't you let him?
Opiate of the people.
Oh, that's a deformed Christianity. There are two great divisions in the universe, the world of spirits and the world of matter. It is one of the reasons for man's existence that he locks these two worlds together by belonging to both, to the one by his soul, to the other by his body. Not like two unrelated spheres, but as a figure of 8, with man on both sides of the joint.
Mm-hmm.
He should first be a man, then a saint, developing human virtues that make him a better person and a better citizen.
Let us bring the conversation down to the more primitive earthly. Using the idiom of your corrupt capitalistic pop culture, I fancy you, Claire O'Connell, fine figure of a woman.
Oh, you're a fine figure of a man yourself. But it's completely out of the question.
Why, Russia and Ireland now have diplomatic relations.
But you're not talking about diplomatic relations. I always believe a woman should follow her man and look after him.
Ah, a man who has found a vigorous wife has found a rare treasure brought from distant shores. Bound to her in loving confidence, such a man will have no need of spoil. Content, not sorrow, she will bring to him as long as life lasts.
The devil quoting scripture again. Though I must admit you said it beautifully, and it fair turns me legs to jelly.
I have a fine flat in Moscow.
No.
But why no?
Well, how could I get to morning mass in Moscow? I'm not one to compromise me faith.
But, Claire...
But nothing. As an interrogating persecutor, you studied scripture, and you obviously know quite a bit about theology.
All right, I stopped persecuting. I stopped years ago.
And as I said, I'm not one for compromises. There's more in heaven and earth.
I am not asking for compromises.
Oh, yes, you are. Do you know how I feel about the Mass?
Claire, how can the wife of a KGB colonel go to Mass every day? I would only ask for a little discretion.
If you believe in the Eucharist, it would be illogical not to receive as often as possible. Well, I've known people walk 20 miles to get to the Mass.
I give up such intolerance.
Ah, violence coming out now, is it?
You are the violent race.
I'd call it a fighting revolutionary spirit.
Now I know why the state of Ireland is what it has been for more than 800 years, a source of grave anxiety to England. Fanaticism.
And what you're saying sounds like pagan revisionism, so you can kindly take back your offer of cohabitation.
Right now, Claire O'Connell, if you were the last woman on earth, I would take a vow of celibacy.
Well, I'm glad something will make you relinquish your plans for world domination.
Good day! Bush Amoya! Goodbye!
You've spilled the coffee. And goodbye stands for God be with you, Colonel.
Mr. Haywood?
Has interrogation time come round again?
This case becomes hardly more interesting, Haywood.
Why, what else are you thinking of charging me with?
You see, you always imagine the worst. And not without reason, but...
But what?
You're going to be released.
Released?
I'm glad that you too are surprised. You must have some very influential friends, Mr. Haywood. My instructions from the minister himself are that you can be allowed to go free. Well, not exactly free, but as long as you remain in Roma and report daily, you need not be held in prison.
It must be because you're so romantic, Captain Averno. Simpatico.
Or susceptible to persuasion of all kinds.
You're not happy with the decision?
I would be happier to see you jailed for a very long time, Haywood. And I will do my best to bring it about.
Well, thanks for telling me.
This way.
How are Italian prisons these days?
Lacking certain creature comforts.
We thought we'd better get you out. You see, your Aunt Claire's had a bust-up with Balakev. It could complicate matters.
You brought her in deliberately, didn't you? You knew Balakev was here in Rome.
We've taken her to the villa. She's with Doris. We have also explained to Doris about your
difficulties. Pity I missed the explanation, Robson. That would have been quite something. Apparently she was sitting up waiting for you to return. But once again I wriggled obediently, as good bait should, and did your bidding instead. That, for the record, was the very last time. Yes, you're quite right to feel annoyed and somewhat let down, Haywood. Somewhat let down? You put me in a position where someone tries to kill me with gun and knife? I'm invited out to dinner to find my host dangling by his neck on a wire. I'm knocked unconscious in the hotel, and I'm shot at in the street. I also face a 20 to 30-year jail sentence for stealing works of art. I did say you're quite right to feel annoyed. The understatement of the decade. And I forgot to mention this was a honeymoon holiday provided by you out of gratitude. Well, things have been rather hectic, Haywood. Again, Robson, I can only stand open-mouthed in amazement at your remarkable gift for understatement. You've used us, Robson, and you haven't even taken the trouble to put us in the picture. Very true, what you say. And I think you're entitled to an explanation. How much of it'll be true, and how much pure fabrication? All the truth and nothing but the truth. But first you need a drink, Haywood. Now, I have another bottle of good local wine. Barbera d'Alba, estate bottle. It's a grape grown widely on the hillsides from Asti to Cuneo, and I'm told the Barbera grape produces Piedmont's most popular red wine. This one is as fresh and crisp as a young Beaujolais, meant to be drunk young, and cool. I had a little ice. I thought I'd open it only when you arrived, in case you might be tempted to think I'd tampered with it. How could anyone suspect you of such things, Robson? Anyway, what so stopped you opening it and then recorking? I'd never do that to wine, Haywood. In other words, you have greater regard for wine than for people. I do believe you're trying to provoke me, Haywood. Stiff cork. There. Now, to allay your suspicions, I'll drink mine first. Cheers. Suspicion is a terrible thing, which brings me to the subject of the present assignment. The code name is Find Caesar. Who is Caesar? That, my dear fellow, is the key to the whole problem. You see, works of art and antiques have been stolen on a vast scale over recent months from all parts of Europe. Britain, France, Italy, Russia. Much of the stuff, worth many millions, has been finding its way to America, north and south, often via Britain. We know some of the people on the fringes, CIA double agents, mafia members. At first, when quite a miniature treasure house was moved out of Russia, we thought it must have been with the KGB's approval and help. In fact, we suspected it to be masterminded by the KGB in order to embarrass the CIA. But we learned recently the Russians suspected it to be masterminded by the CIA and Mafia to embarrass the KGB and make them look ineffective. Then we also found out the Russians suspected us of lifting their art treasures for the same reason. In short, everyone is suspecting everyone else. And in these days of double agents, it's easy enough to build up a case against all and sundry. So the KGB suspect they're being undermined, and so do the CIA. And Her Majesty's Secret Service. It has already led to quite a lot of bloodshed, the picking off of one another's agents. It could be that the situation has been deliberately created by someone to set the Russians, Americans, and British at one another's throats. If that is their aim, they are achieving a certain amount of success. So why was Sven Bast killed? Now there is a case in point. Bast has worked for both the Russians and the CIA. He was involved in the vanishing art treasures. Both sides could have suspected double-cross, or the gang may have thought he was about to leak information. He pays your money and you takes your choice. That's about it. But Her Majesty's government feels the situation is tense, very tense. Another killing could provoke mass retaliation, and who knows how it could escalate. The top priority for the European division is to find who is behind it. Now, we know the leader's code name, Tiberius. He has the same ruthless traits as that ancient emperor. He cleans up after every operation with remarkable speed, leaving no witnesses. The killing is done by knife and strangulation. So Bast could be one of Tiberius's victims. Or a deliberate imitation. And to keep the intelligence agencies at one another's throats, he also takes out an agent or two. Well, why was I involved? Because Picton's in on it. He's moved stuff to England for them. You know Picton, and are in the same business, textiles. You seemed an ideal choice. Why wasn't I told this at the beginning? Because you would never have accepted. Another glass of wine?
Well, just one more. And I want to get back to Doris.
And so you should. Now, you have got nearer to penetrating the organization than anyone. I would hope you would see it through to the end. Cheers.
And the end is?
Finding Caesar Tiberius.
And then?
I will rapidly dispatch him back to his ancestors.
Cheers. Hail Caesar. You all speak the same language.
Haywood, what will you have to drink?
What are you drinking?
Polish vodka.
I'll join you. Though one should never mix the grape with the grain.
And how is your good wife? And your Aunt Claire?
Oh, they're both fine.
Good, good. A woman of passionate convictions, your aunt.
She calls it faith.
But she is the type of woman that, if she ever married, would be loyal and faithful to a man to the end.
Oh, till death.
For better or for worse. Marriage should be like a good wine, maturing over the years, developing and deepening. And even if the bottle is shaken by mistake, it can still settle back and continue the process. If an opportunity presents itself, you might let your aunt know my views on the subject.
Oh. You would let her know them yourself.
Certain difficulties have presented themselves.
Robson has put me in the picture.
Good. Did he also tell you that our Tiberius Caesar is about to plan a night of knives to eliminate any weaknesses in his organization? That could mean the CIA having a shootout around the international Okekarals. I dread to think of the consequences. And so does your Majesty's government of Great Britain.
Rule Britannia.
Robson and I have quite unofficially reached a certain understanding.
Well, I'm all for fostering goodwill among nations, even if only on a temporary basis. What do you want me to do?
We have something Tiberius wants very much. It is a Russian icon that recently vanished, but which has now found its way back into our hands. It is quite priceless, and such are the ways of the acquisitive that several collectors in the United States would give millions to have it in their secret collections.
Does Tiberius know it has been intercepted by its rightful owners?
He knows part of his network has been obliterated, and that what he was waiting for may have got into other hands. Here is a parcel for you. I would start by ringing Fattorini Exports.
Haywood, I thought you were in jail.
In a phone box, in fact. It's just that they couldn't bring themselves to disbelieve the word of an English gentleman.
I heard the two rival embassies were bringing a little pressure to bear so that they could take the word of an English gentleman.
Truth breeds trust, Galateo.
Then what true things did you ring me up to tell me, Mr. Haywood?
That I have a package from Russia that should interest you. The price is $2 million, or the equivalent in German marks.
How do we know that you have the goods?
I have color slides, the article on its own, and one with the article resting in my hands. At the moment, however, the icon is in safekeeping.
I will ring you.
Haywood.
This is Harry Carson. Look, I haven't very much time.
The American at the Chat Noir?
Yeah. Listen to me, Haywood.
I'm listening.
Don't keep that appointment that's being made for you. Do you understand? And don't keep the icon either. Have you got that?
Yes, but why not?
Look, I'm in a bar near Campo Fiore. Do you know where that is? I gotta go. Spiders are...
Harry! Harry! Oh, damn. Hello.
The price is right. The meeting will be tonight. On the Piazza Cavour, there will be a yellow car parked. In its rear window, there will be a large cat. When the lights are on, the cat's eyes have two red bulbs which illuminate. The car will drive off, and you will follow it.
I want to do business with only Tiberius.
Oh, that is understood. Tiberius will be waiting for your parcel. And, Haywood, along the route we will check if there are any other cars following. If that happens, you will just drive around. wasting petrol.
How do I know I'll come out alive?
For $2 million, risks are inevitable on both sides. Until tonight, Haywood.
Time for another ride in the boot, Renshaw.
And take it steadier this time.
Oh, and that reminds me, tell me, how was it the boot was locked when Galateo tried it? I made sure it wasn't locked when I closed the lid.
Ah, well, I have a little gadget inside to keep inquisitive people out. Well, let's check our weapons before we move off.
And Renshaw, don't leave it so late this time.
Full magazines and working smoothly. All aboard, then. Oh, I've installed a hearing device, so you can talk to me, Haywood. In fact, we can both talk to each other.
Ah, very cozy. I'm turning into the piazza now. I can see the yellow car with the red cat's eyes.
Keep well clear of it.
It's beginning to move off.
Then follow it as instructed.
It's traveling at some speed.
All the better.
We're still traveling by the Tiber. We're coming to what looks like warehouses. On the right, a large refuse dump. There's a car. No, a lorry. Oh, it's heading straight for us.
Hello, Haywood. I'm glad to see you're still alive. The icon.
You won't get it.
I think we have. You see, we've watched your every move, Haywood. We saw you put it into the car. We saw you take on your extra passenger. I'll remove the parcel from the glove compartment. Galateo, drag Haywood out, then lock the boot. Over here. Don't let him lose consciousness. He wants to meet Tiberius. Don't you, Haywood?
You aren't Tiberius.
No, but Tiberius has come for the painting.
Tiberius has another wish. To kill you personally for all the trouble you have caused.
With this knife.
Give me the knife, Picton.
Huh. You should never let your secretary speak to you like that, Picton. Even if she has delusions of power and is convinced she's Tiberius Caesar.
Bind him.
I suspected at the party at the Chat Noir you were more than a secretary, Miss Jean Tyler. Secretaries are more respectful in public to their bosses. In front of people, they never tell him what to do, even if they attempt it in private.
That is quite correct, Haywood.
I know now what Harry Carson meant just before he was shot down.
We did not kill Carson.
He was about to say something about spiders. The female of the species is deadlier than the male, and usually ends up by eating him.
Hold him still. I'm only going to plunge this knife deep into your heart, Haywood. Like this.
Your villa is just around the corner. Do you think you can get there on your own?
I think so.
It would be better if we didn't need to trespass on property owned by British intelligence.
Are they sticklers for protocol?
I am glad to see you have not lost your sense of humor, Haywood.
Thank you for saving my life. And Renshaw's.
I think he will survive. And I was not saving you, Haywood, but an art treasure belonging to the people of the Soviet Socialist Republic. Or rather, a very good imitation of the original icon.
How did you manage to shoot Tiberius and her cohorts in the darkness?
Haywood, only to you would I tell this. Another irony of our times. It was with your new British Army night sight that happened to come into our possession like daylight in what looks like pitch darkness. Remarkable.
Well, why weren't we covered by British intelligence?
I do believe, my dear Haywood, there was difficulty in getting approval for one of your night sights to be used here. Such is the working of bureaucracy.
So, who was Jean Tyler?
Believe it or not, an English girl who went to America as a dancer. She became a madam for the syndicate, which in turn provided girls for the CIA to work amongst the foreign diplomats.
And spies.
And spies, in order to get them into embarrassing situations. She obviously did very well, and with the help of the syndicate and agents from various sides, formed the biggest art theft organization ever. And, to cover their tracks, they played one intelligence agency against the other.
And Bast and Harry Carson?
Bast had worked for me. With his help, we tracked down some of their people in our territories. They obviously suspected Bast and eliminated him. Carson, he was a Bureau of Narcotics agent who had infiltrated the mafia drug ring, which in turn had CIA connections, which in turn led him to meet Jean Tyler and to infiltrate her organization. Along the way, the mafia must have discovered his real identity.
I see. But the shooting of Picton, Jean Tyler, and Galateo...
I think you will find there is a paragraph in the newspapers about an English businessman, his secretary, and an Italian business acquaintance being killed in a car crash. And in a hot country, it is always better to have the bodies cremated as soon as possible. You are disgusted, Haywood. You must realize that if we had hesitated 1 second longer, Caesar's knife would have entered your heart. Good night, Haywood. May the remainder of your honeymoon be more relaxing and pleasant.
Thank you, Colonel.
Our last day in Rome. Did you know that Aunt Claire had a candlelight supper with Colonel Balaclava last night?
Not another word. The two in question are approaching.
Aunt Claire, come.
Mister, if you don't mind, Doris. As a member of a trade delegation, preferable no rank.
The Colonel businessman is a rare specimen.
But not totally incompatible?
Not as incompatible as me living in Moscow and being allowed to receive the sacraments of Mother Church.
I was trying to tell your aunt that in Poland, party managers go to Mass now. I also quoted to her John Pilger of the Daily Mirror that in North Vietnam, Catholics are among the best communists. But still, she will not believe me.
You tell me Monday was Friday if you thought you could get your way. No, I say it's impossible.
I ask only that my fiery, fine figure of an Irish woman thinks it over.
Don't you dare attempt to pinch me, or else I won't give the outrageous idea a second thought. Now, come on, Boris. We have 3 hours before the plane, and I still haven't done the stations. And we're going to make them the Irish way, in our bare feet.
Darling.
Yes?
It's a terribly mercenary thought, but I wonder how much Time magazine will pay for the picture of a Russian KGB colonel doing the stations in his bare feet.
Such double-dealing thoughts should never cross an innocent mind. Pity we didn't bring a camera with us, though.
I was reading the other day that as well as being the centre for the Catholic Church, Rome in the last few years has become the espionage capital of Europe, with Arab, Israeli, Western and communist networks.
You can't believe the things you read in the newspapers these days, Doris.
It was in a woman's...
The Night of Caesar's Knives was written especially for radio by William Keenan, with Anna Cropper as Doris and John Bennett as Michael Haywood. The part of Aunt Claire was played by Elizabeth Kelly, Renshaw by Geoffrey Matthews, Gerald Picton, Ronald Herdman, Sven Bast and Count Galateo by Geoffrey Wheeler, Captain Averno of the Rome Police, Peter Bell, Colonel Boris Balakev of the KGB by David Marlowe, Robson of British Intelligence, Geoffrey Banks, Harry Carson, Graham Tennant, and Jean Tyler, Mara Stowe. Late into the night, modern spy thriller for radio by William Keane, featuring Anna Cropper and John Bennett.
Hayward Textiles? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Hayward hasn't returned yet. This is Miss Wickham, his secretary. Very well. Oh, Mr. Hayward, thank goodness you're back.
I didn't realize my protracted lunch would be the cause of such concern, Doris.
It's not that you've been a long time for lunch, Mr.
Oh,
Hayward.
but it is, Miss Wickham. You should take me in hand more.
I've been having some very peculiar phone calls.
Doris?
No, Mr. Hayward.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doris. You're really upset. In what way peculiar, then?
It's someone who refuses to leave his name or phone number.
That's nothing to worry about.
He was ringing from Essen, West Germany.
If he wouldn't leave his number, how do you know he was ringing from Essen?
Well, he said so the first time he rang. He said he was ringing all the way from Essen. It was urgent he should speak to you. I suggested that we could call him back, but his reply was... Well, it was strange. He said he couldn't stay where he was. He seemed agitated.
Could it have any connection with my Dusseldorf trip the day after tomorrow?
No, it certainly doesn't sound like a business call. Whoever it was dialed us direct. He was using a phone box sometimes because I heard him put the money in. I got the impression that he was moving about the city from phone box to phone box.
What made you think that?
I honestly don't know, Mr. Hayward. Woman's intuition? I can only say that I sensed that was what he was doing. I know it sounds ridiculous and you'll probably laugh, but... Well, I feel it my duty to tell you how it appeared to me.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Miss Wickham, why not? But my ever-efficient, conscientious Miss Wickham, this intuition of yours seems to run a little amok. What imagination lurks behind those horn-rimmed glasses? You've been reading your mother too many thrillers.
I knew that would be your reaction, Mr. Hayward.
How is your mother, Doris?
Very well. I worry about her getting out of bed into a wheelchair. She shouldn't attempt it when I'm not around. I suppose it's difficult to lie in bed all day.
How does she pass her time when you're not there?
Listens to the radio, mostly. As soon as I get home, I read to her. Well, thrillers are her favourites, and occasionally... I see you have that knowing look again.
I wasn't thinking anything on those lines. I was just noticing that behind your severe facial frontage is a very attractive woman, Miss Wickham.
You have been drinking, Mr. Hayward.
True. What was our mysterious caller's last message?
That he'll ring again.
Then all will be solved soon. Meantime, make a cup of tea.
It's the Essen caller, Mr. Hayward.
Oh, put him straight through. Hello?
Is that Mike?
Michael Hayward, yes.
Oh, we are formal. I was wanting to speak to an ex-national serviceman, Squaddy Mike Hayward.
Well, how many years ago is that?
Good 15. Don't you recognize me?
The voice is very familiar.
Dave.
What? Dave Alwyn Thomas? Janker's Dave?
None other.
Well, you were always on charges.
I knew you'd still remember me.
I could hardly forget. I used to get involved as well.
We had a hell of a good time together.
Yeah, and you were going to write to me because you decided to stay in Germany.
That's right.
Yeah, you never did.
I lost your address.
But now, 15 years later, you found my phone number.
Don't be like that, Mike. Hey, do you remember the last time we saw each other?
Yeah, very clearly. 1960. Or was it 61? Well, no matter. It was at an all-night beer festival at that out-of-bounds house in the woods. The place was raided, and you were taken away by the military police, shouting, "I've got a taxi back tonight." I escaped, and you got detention. Then I was demobbed. I wrote to you from England, but I never got a reply to my letters.
Never received them, old man.
And less of your old man.
Still fit, then?
Reasonably.
Married?
No. Are you?
Wish I could be, but too many commitments. You know I'm in business here.
What kind of business?
Several things. Travel agency, small import business. In fact, I'm in the market for cloth, which is one of the reasons why I'm ringing Hayward Textile Merchants.
And what are the other reasons, Dave?
I could never con you, could I, Mike? You're wondering why the phone call after all these years of silence.
Well, thought has more than just struck me.
I can't say much more. I paid for 2 minutes. I haven't got any more marks to put in.
You're ringing through a phone box, then?
Yes.
Well, give me the number. I'll call you back.
I can't. Listen carefully, Mike. I'm desperately important that I see you tomorrow. I know you're flying to Dusseldorf in 2 days. Can you come a day early? There's a seat to spare on tomorrow's flight. I've already checked. I've got a room opposite Essen Railway Station, room 409. I'll repeat it. Will you write it down? 409.
Yeah, just a second while I get a pen. Right, 409.
You got it?
Yes. Dave, are you in trouble?
You might say that. You could get me out of it by just coming here a day early. Would you do that for old time's sake?
What kind of trouble?
I can't talk about it over the phone. Can you come a day early?
If that seat hasn't been taken.
You'll get it. Good on, Mike. I'll see you have a marvellous time. I'll lay everything on for you. Must go, room 409. By the way, the name I'm using is Gibson. David Gibson.
Look, Dave.
Can't stay a second longer.
Hello? Hello? Miss Wickham, could you come in a moment?
Very good, Mr. Hayward.
Well, did you hear any of that conversation?
I did, including the reference to a drunken night in the woods and I've got a taxi tonight.
The sins of our youth. But did you get the hotel? I got the room number, but I didn't take down the name of the hotel.
He didn't give the name. All he said was the one opposite the main station. I can easily check that. I suppose you'll want me to change your Dusseldorf flight to tomorrow.
If you would.
I also took down the name he's using, Gibson. Am I to book you in under an assumed name also?
Sarcasm doesn't become you, Miss Wickham.
I'm even more disturbed after that last phone call.
You seem disturbed by many things today, Miss Wickham.
Talking of sarcasm, Mr. Hayward, I noticed then you address me as Miss Wickham. When you want to be nice, it's Doris.
Well, how about an all-purpose Miss W?
And when you're being in your way humorous, I notice that you're usually using it as a way of disguising your feelings.
How observant of you.
Can I speak frankly?
Carry on.
For months, things have been going wrong, Mr. Hayward. The government contract, that hasn't been paid, and it is causing you a financial headache. But usually they're so prompt. I can't understand the delay. It's so unlike this government department. Then to say our bill has been misplaced.
It can happen with the most efficient of organisations, Miss Wickham.
Oh, there you go again.
I'm sorry.
I feel something is very wrong, and now you propose to go off all of a sudden to Germany after receiving a strange phone call.
I am merely going on a business trip a day earlier than planned.
Someone you haven't seen for years and who's now using a false name.
Well, Dave always was a character.
Isn't it also strange that he should know that you're going to Dusseldorf, and by coincidence, Essen happens to be the next city?
Well, didn't he say he had a travel agency? He most probably came across my name on a passenger list, which would also perhaps give the firm's address.
All right. After 15 years, he just happens to come across your name and address.
Which is no crime, Miss W.
No, but it does suggest caution instead of rushing headlong into something you know so little about.
Your concern is most heartwarming, Miss Wickham, but I do know Dave very well. We shared everything for almost 18 months. I got to know him better than a brother. He never let me down, and I won't let him down now.
You talk like a Boy Scout.
Faithfulness is an old-fashioned virtue I greatly admire.
It's ridiculous to take off like this, to become involved in something that...
Something that what, Miss Wickham?
Something that I sense is wrong. Even the last time you saw him, he was being taken away by the military police, under arrest.
Being out of bounds.
You make light of everything, but did he or did he not ask to see you to get him out of trouble?
Exactly, Miss W. And tomorrow, when I see him, I'll ask him what it's all about, and then I'll ring you back and tell you. I always believe in keeping my secretary fully informed.
You're being sarcastic again.
All right, then I'll be serious. You're the best secretary I've ever had, and I promise not to undertake anything that might cause you the slightest concern, Doris.
In that context, I think a sarcastic Miss Wickham would have been more appropriate. I'll see about your change of flight. By the way, I wonder if I could leave a few minutes earlier tonight. My mother's sister is staying with us.
Oh, by all means. You can go as soon as you've arranged for my change of flight. I'll see you when I get back from Essen.
British Airways Flight 824 to Dusseldorf. Will all passengers travelling on this flight please go now to gate 11.
Thank the good Lord that's over. I always say a decade of the rosary on takeoff. Now, where's my handbag? Oh, there it is, just by your feet, Mr...
Haywood.
Mrs. O'Connell. I wonder, Mr. Haywood, if you'd be so kind as to pass me handbag for me.
No, not at all. It's a pleasure. There you are.
Oh, that's very kind of you. I'll put me rosary beads away now.
They're serving refreshments. I wasn't sure whether we'd be getting anything to eat or not on such a short flight.
Oh, it's long enough by far for me, Mr. Haywood. Though I hate these plastic meals that serve you on aircraft. Good home cooking is what I've been used to. I've brought up a family of 7 with never a day passing without bacon bread. And I've never had a tin can in the house.
You don't look old enough to have brought up 7 children.
Oh, for such a compliment you can call me Claire. And what would your first name be, Mr. Haywood?
Michael.
A fine name. After Michael the Archangel it is. A great pity I always think that they knocked out that resounding prayer at the end of Mass. Michael the Archangel, defend us in the day of battle, and do thou, Prince of the heavenly hosts, cast down to hell Satan and all his wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. A fine prayer indeed, when Satan and his spirits are so running rampant in the world. Has a marvellous ring about it, don't you think?
It certainly seems to have.
They're changing everything now.
Tea or coffee, madam?
How long has the tea been brewed?
Freshly made, madam.
I'll try the tea, then.
I'll have coffee.
Are you taking tea or coffee, sir?
Oh, freshly brewed. Heaven preserve us. Then why does it taste so stale?
I never risk tea outside my home and office. My secretary makes a wonderful cup.
Does she know? Are you travelling for the trade fair?
Yes.
And so am I. I'm demonstrating homespun tweeds at the Irish trade stand. A fearful expense in order that I may weave a few yards of cloth, wouldn't you say, Michael?
Oh, and how does the family manage without you?
Oh, they're all old enough to look after themselves now. My eldest son is married. When my husband died, our small farm on the west coast passed to him. He's got a good wife, and I just felt there was one too many a woman about the place. So when I heard about this demonstrating job, I applied. And I found there weren't many skilled weavers wanting the job of flying round the world to show off their skills. The family thought I'd taken leave of me senses.
The family are all grown up then?
Oh, yes, the youngest 17, Teresa. She's a nurse in England.
You just don't look old enough.
Children keep you young and active. My mother's 83, and she still helps with the milking, can you believe? And what line are you in, Mr. Haywood?
Textiles.
Oh, of course. That's why you're here. Are you staying in Dusseldorf?
No, Essen.
And which hotel will you be staying at there?
Well, I'm not quite sure of its name. It's the one opposite the railway station.
Achtung bitte, Fluggäste des Lufthansa-Fluges LH316 werden gebeten,
Well, thank you, Mr. Haywood, for helping to make the flight so pleasant.
Pleasure was mine. Will anyone be meeting you?
They'll have a car waiting for me.
Well, once again, Mrs. O'Connell, it's a pleasure to have met you. Perhaps we'll bump into one another again in the next few days.
I'll be surprised if we don't, Mr. Haywood. Good day, Jim.
Good day.
Attention, please. Will passenger Mr. Michael Haywood, newly arrived on British Airways Flight 824, go to the British Airways office. Passenger Mr. Michael Haywood, newly arrived on British Airways Flight 824, go to the British Airways office.
Can I help you, sir?
This is the British Airways office.
Yes, sir.
My name is Haywood. I was tannoyed a few moments ago.
Ah, yes, sir. We have a taxi waiting for you.
A taxi?
To take you to Essen.
But I didn't order any taxi.
The driver's here waiting for you.
Mr. Haywood?
Yes?
I was instructed to take you to the Hotel Kelhof.
And where is that, pray?
In Essen. It is facing the station.
Oh, well, that seems to be the one. Let's go.
You do not mind the radio?
Not if it's turned down a little. Who instructed you to take me to the hotel? Mr. Gibson?
I do not know. It was a call to the office. I can find out for you when I return later.
No, it doesn't matter. How long will it take us to get to Essen?
We will be there by 1:45.
Ja, Sie haben es gut. 8 Uhr.
Dankeschön.
Guten Tag. Haben Sie ein Zimmer?
Yeah, danke.
You are English?
Yes, my name is Hayward. I believe my secretary made a reservation for me yesterday.
That is correct, sir. Welcome to Essen.
Thank you.
Room 308. It is at the front. But in all fairness, sir, I must warn you about the noise. We are making a new underground railway and working day and night.
Oh, does the work go on all night?
Yes, though we have recently protested and have been assured that the noises machinery will not be used until dawn.
Oh, well, that's some consolation.
Do you still want your room?
Yes, and thank you for the warning. Oh, I wonder if you could let a friend who's staying here know that I've arrived.
Certainly, sir. What is the name of your friend?
Gibson. David Gibson.
Gibson, sir? I don't think we have any gentleman of that name staying here. But one moment, sir. I will make sure. Your friend is English?
Yes.
Gibson. No, we have no one of that name, sir.
But he rang me only yesterday to say he was definitely staying here. He even gave me the room number, room 409.
There is no Mr. Gibson in room 409, sir. What is your friend like in appearance?
Well, it's quite some time since I saw him, but he's well-built, broad, and has ginger hair that comes to a tuft at the front.
I can assure you, he is not the gentleman in 409. He, too, is English, but he has grey hair, a grey cavalry moustache, and is in his mid-60s.
It's definitely not my friend. He was never cavalry. Well, I can only think he booked a room and then had to cancel it.
I have been in charge of the reception desk all this week, sir. I can assure you most positively that we have not had any booking by or for a Mr. Gibson. We do not have a great many Englishmen staying here, and I have an excellent memory for names and faces, sir.
I wonder if he could have booked under another name.
Another name, sir?
Yeah, Thomas, for example. David Alwyn Thomas. You see, he sometimes uses the family name on his mother's side. He's Welsh, you know.
I do not understand how you mean, sir.
Yes, well, it is a bit complicated, granted.
So it seems, but we have no Mr. Thomas either.
Well, something must have delayed him then. Well, I'm sure he'll be getting in touch soon.
I will personally attend to any call from a Mr. Gibson or a Mr. Thomas, sir.
Thank you.
The boy will take your bags to a room.
For reception, please. Reception?
Yes, sir.
Hayward, room 308. Are you sure there haven't been any calls for me?
None at all, Mr. Hayward.
I've been sitting here by this damn phone for more than 4 hours now. I can't understand what's happened. My friend led me to understand he was staying in room 409. Has anyone from that room been asking for me?
From 409, sir, no, there have been no calls from 409, to my knowledge. I don't think there's anyone in the room at present, sir. Can I suggest that you have dinner? And if he comes or rings in the next half hour or so, we will come to the dining room for you. The dining room is on the first floor, sir.
Do you mind if I join you?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Have you ordered?
Not yet.
The veal is excellent. I had it for dinner last night. There is also an extremely good hock. I am going to order a full bottle if you would join me.
Well, that's very kind of you.
The name is Balakev. Boris.
Russian?
Yes, but please, do not think I am, how do you say, bogeyman or something. I am here with the trade delegation.
For the Dusseldorf Trade Fair?
Yes, but the hotels in Dusseldorf were all booked, so I was sent here. You too at the trade fair?
Yes.
In textiles?
Yes, are you? Tell me, as a cloth merchant, what lines are you Russians really interested in?
Oh, we don't know ourselves. We are just observers. But I am not going to ask you any more questions. Otherwise, you will think I am spying. You Westerners are so suspicious.
Well, not without reason, perhaps.
I did not hear that remark, Mr. Haywood. So, we will have a good meal, good wine, and a pleasant evening, eh? You look surprised?
Yeah, I am. I have a feeling someone's following me.
Not I assure you, Haywood.
No, not you. An Irish lady.
Aha, an Irish lady. Dark hair, striking features, a passionate race that have suffered misery under British capitalist imperialism.
She happens to be a widow with 7 grown-up children and perfectly content. Or so she informed me.
Ah, yes. She must have been a striking beauty in her youth. Still a fine figure of a woman. You must introduce me.
It would appear she'll be introducing herself.
Ah, Mr. Haywood. I remembered you said you were staying here, and when the gentlemen decided on a night's drinking, I suddenly had the idea of coming over. Staying in a strange hotel room's a bit lonely, so I came on the off chance. I hope you don't mind now.
Please join us.
Please.
Mrs. Claire O'Connell, Comrade Boris Balakev.
He's not a Russian.
I am, dear lady.
Shame on you, sir. You not allowing people the freedom of conscience to quietly practice their faith. What's the good of having a full belly if you're denied and starved spirituality? Lenin said it ought to be left up to the individual to choose. So why can't you let him?
My dear lady, we are going to have good wine, good food, and no politics tonight, eh? Be seated, and I shall order for us.
Did you enjoy the meal?
It was excellent, and so was the wine.
Would you like anything else?
Will the Irish lady have a vodka with me?
I certainly will not.
Oh, come now, Mrs. O'Connell. And you, such a splendid, mature example of your race.
And I'll have none of your blarney and impertinence, Comrade Balakev.
That is the trouble with the Cold War. It stops warm friendships developing, huh? Haywood, you will drink with me. Waiter, what is there for my capitalist English friend?
A brandy to finish?
No, thank you. Later, I may have a glass of your German beer.
I am Italian, sir.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
About the kitchen, we are all Italians or Spanish now in Germany. They are so short of people for everything. Now many Turks are coming in.
Yeah, to keep going the German economic miracle because of the declining German numbers. Yes, a lesson here for capitalism. The richer a nation gets, the faster its population declines.
Waiter, have there been any messages for me?
None at all.
You seem worried, Haywood?
Yes, an old friend of mine from years back said he'd see me here, and he hasn't arrived.
Oh, I regret to hear that. But I am very glad your Mrs. O'Connell turned up.
I wonder if you'd be good enough to see me to a taxi, Michael.
Oh, certainly.
I was hoping I could show you the sights of Essen, Mrs. O'Connell.
Saints preserve us. Me painting the town red with a Russian.
Then at least allow me to escort you to a taxi. Or are you afraid?
I don't trust you Russians as far as I could throw you, and you a big hefty fella at that. But afraid I'm not.
Then let me find you a taxi. Claire O'Connell. No, I insist.
Mrs. O'Connell to you, Comrade Balakev. Oh, very well, then. It is getting late.
Mrs. O'Connell, then it will be. I think tomorrow I must pay my respects to your glorious trade delegation in the hope that they are willing to exchange Irish whiskey for vodka. Well, will you excuse me, Michael?
Of course.
A breath of fresh air helped to sober him. Good night, Michael.
Yes, of course. Good night. Waiter. Are you sure there have been no messages?
Quite sure, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have been such a nuisance. I'm going out for a short walk and a drink, half an hour at the most. If anyone calls...
If Mr. Thomas or Mr. Gibson come, I will get them to wait for you. Or if they ring, I will get the number so you can ring back.
Look, on second thoughts, I won't go out. I'll wait in my room in case there's a call. And I can have an early night. Bloody noise. Thought he He said the worst machinery wasn't used. Oh, hell. Blast. Oh. Yeah, hello, Hayward.
Mr. Hayward?
Yes.
Please, can you come here quickly to reception?
What was it? At nearly 3 o'clock in the morning?
It's one of your countrymen.
What is?
There's been an accident.
Accident?
Yeah, he must have fallen from his window. Please, quickly. He's asking for an Englishman to speak with.
I'll be right down. Excuse me, please. Let me through, please. Thank you. Thank you.
You, Hayward.
Yes.
Lean over closer. No one else must hear us.
Save your strength. There's an ambulance on the way.
I have something I must say. Closer, closer. Do you read?
Do I read?
Poetry.
Well, I used to.
It's so late.
What's so late?
Into the night. A rove.
Avro?
No.
A rose?
No. A rove.
He has lost consciousness.
Ask the crowd to stand back.
The ambulance is here now.
Ask the crowd to stand back. He wants to tell me something.
It's no good now. He's too far gone.
I must try again. What is it you want to tell me?
The ambulance men are
Just
here.
one moment. What do you want to tell me?
I think he's dead.
No, he's still breathing.
Let them get him to hospital. Shall I tell the ambulance man that you want to go with him, Mr. Hayward?
Yes.
But you're not a relation.
No, you better tell me who he is.
Mr. Robson has been staying at the hotel for more than a week now. In the room you thought your friend had booked in.
What? Which room?
Room 409.
Mr. Hayward, I must apologize for bringing you to Essen Police Station. I do not often get the opportunity of speaking to an Englishman, and I would be grateful if you would correct my grammar. I must make full use of the opportunity offered.
Well, your English is excellent. And you have the advantage of me. We haven't met.
Of course. You must again excuse me, Mr. Hayward. My name is Meyer, Inspector Meyer. Please sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Don't mention it.
Well, now the pleasantries are over, Inspector Meyer. Would you be kind enough to tell me why I've been brought here?
Oh, but of course. I simply want you to tell me about Mr. Robson.
Oh, at first you gave me the impression you only wanted an English grammar lesson.
I appreciate your English humour, Mr. Hayward. I spent several years as a student in England, which is why I'm fascinated by all things English, even their little idiosyncrasies.
I'm fascinated by your command of English. May I compliment you on its excellence? With such talent, I'm surprised you're just an ordinary policeman.
I did not say I was an ordinary policeman. Though on the subject of ordinariness, you would hardly appear to be an ordinary businessman.
Then appearances are deceptive, to quote an English expression.
You are the managing director of Hayward Textiles?
And that's all I am.
And you are here for a business conference?
Correct.
In Dusseldorf?
Yes.
But you are in Essen, and you are a day early.
Which I am not disputing.
And then can you tell me why you are in Essen and a day early?
I plan to meet a friend.
A friend who may be using aliases Thomas or Gibson?
I wouldn't know.
But those are the names you suggested he might be using.
One of these idiosyncrasies you mentioned.
Mr. Hayward, I'm no longer amused.
Neither am I, Inspector.
When you arrived at the hotel, you told the receptionist your friend was in room 409. He wasn't. But the man who was, an Englishman to stretch the coincidence even further, falls or was pushed from the window of that very room, room 409. Badly injured and semi-conscious, he asked for only one person. You, Mr. Hayward. Why?
I don't know.
Mr. Hayward, I don't take you for a stupid man. Such an obvious lie hardly becomes you. You earlier asked for the person in room 409, then he asks for you, and now you try to pretend ignorance of everything. But the assumption is obvious. You knew each other. You intended to contact one another.
The first time I met Mr. Robson was when he was lying injured. That is the truth.
What did he so urgently want to convey to you, Mr. Hayward? You, a complete stranger.
Well, he was rambling. He didn't make sense.
Just exactly what did he say? Surely the words of a man so badly injured would stay in your mind.
You'll never believe this, Inspector, but he asked me if I read poetry.
Again, I am not amused.
Truth is stranger than fiction, to quote another English expression.
Meyer, ja? Dankeschön. Mr. Robson has died. I'm now treating this as a murder inquiry. And unless you start giving me some straightforward answers to my questions, you could find yourself detained here for some considerable time. Now, Mr. Hayward, could you start again at the very beginning?
Hayward, how are you?
Oh, fine, fine.
My name's Crawley, Charles Crawley. I'm representing the embassy. I've sprung you, old man. And there's even a car waiting to take you back to the hotel.
Oh, I'd prefer to be taken out of the country after the grilling I've had.
Unfortunately, that won't be possible. The German police are insisting you remain in the country. But we'll do everything we can for you, of course.
Oh, I don't know whether that produces comfort or more concern.
I would have thought that being helped by the embassy was a great source of comfort.
You're attached to the embassy then?
Well, not exactly. More with the consulate. You see, I'm also a director of an advertising agency here in Essen.
Oh, how's business?
Thriving, old man.
I wish I could say the same. But I recently ran into financial problems that I now don't believe were coincidence.
Oh.
I'm almost convinced they were contrived.
Contrived? I don't understand, old man.
I think you understand far more than I do, Mr. Crawley.
The car is waiting, you know.
Oh, so now I'm staying at a country mansion, am I?
Inside, quickly.
Why, are we late for an appointment?
As a matter of fact, you are. I expected you earlier. My name's Robson.
And this nice little place in the woods is yours, I presume. Also this friendly hound?
You presume correctly. Rufus is reasonably friendly.
I'm also correct, am I, in presuming that we're somewhere on the outskirts of Dusseldorf?
You are?
It's so pleasant to meet someone who's so communicative.
Oh, do come in. Port, sherry, brandy, or whiskey?
Nothing at all.
You surprise me.
Not as much as you surprise me. I didn't know the British played cowboys like the CIA and the KGB. With me, a gun pointing at my stomach induces a queasy but definitely uncooperative feeling deep down.
All the more reason to have a drink?
All the more reason not to.
As you wish. Crawley?
Whiskey.
With your usual Americanized ice and water.
If you don't mind.
He's never got over his liaison work with the CIA. Take a seat, Hayward.
Oh, I wasn't planning on staying.
I like a sense of humour. But do sit down. I have a proposition to put to you.
I'd prefer to get back to my hotel. I've a busy day ahead of me.
First of all, let me say how sorry we are to hear about your financial problems.
We?
Our organisation, that is. We have managed to get you out of a German police cell, and it would appear your financial problems could also be solved.
Oh, how?
In return for your cooperation.
Doing what?
Oh, staying around.
And?
Keeping an eye open for your ex-army friend, David Thomas.
Why?
Because he has certain information a government department would like to see.
It may seem an elementary question, but in these days of double-agent gambits, do you mind telling me which government?
Her Majesty's government.
And how do I know?
Simple answer is you don't. But some information I will give you. The man you had dinner with last night, who calls himself Boris Balakev, is to be avoided. He's a KGB colonel. Ordinary trade delegates are accompanied everywhere by their secret police. For one of them to be allowed to dine alone with you is such a rarity that it only becomes a senior KGB man.
So, the name of the game?
Intelligence.
Spying.
Call it what you will.
Am I correct in thinking my friend Dave is a spy? Or is there another synonym for it? Intelligence agent? How about intelligence representative? Yes, I'd rather go for that.
I gather you don't think very highly of this branch of the service.
Oh, that's even better. This branch of the service. No, frankly, I don't.
Then we know where we stand.
Then do you mind if I go?
I do mind. I insist you hear me out.
Tell me then, if you're called Robson, and the man who fell out of the hotel...
We're not related. Robson just happens to be rather a common name.
It makes me wonder if they thought they were killing you. Or whether you did the killing. Or another branch of the service, perhaps? Look, I don't want to be mixed up in this, Robson.
No, pity. I've got some news for you. Your creditors are about to move in. If they do, your family firm is finished, and what then will happen to Miss Wickham and her mother? Don't you feel you have a duty to your employees? Especially when it can be so easily rectified.
How?
Just stay around until tomorrow and see. Crawley will take you back to your hotel. We'll be in touch.
Well, as I have to stay around anyway for the benefit of the German police, what have I got to lose?
Exactly. I'm sure you'll find tomorrow will be a much brighter day, Hayward. Now, won't you have that drink?
No, thanks.
Strong-willed. Stubborn? Or which cinnamon would you prefer in your case?
Still suspicious.
I can't understand why.
Oh, talking of tomorrow, will you be going to the other Mr. Robson's funeral? Or do you think the German police might be filming the mourners? Good night, Mr. Robson. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Hayward. Your coffee, sir.
Ah, thank you. Just put it down there. I want to have a shave first.
Very good, sir.
Would you close the door?
But there is someone here, sir. A Fräulein, sir.
Doris. What the hell are you doing here?
You're all right.
Well, did you expect otherwise?
I was told that there'd been an accident.
Who told you about that?
A gentleman came round to the house last night and said that you'd been involved in an accident. Well, he brought a nurse for my mother, and there was a car to take me to the airport. Oh, I thought it was an emergency. I thought something terrible had happened to you.
Who was the gentleman?
Mr. Anderson. I thought he was an official of some kind.
Yes, well, there was an accident yesterday, and an Englishman was involved. They must have got his name mixed up with mine. Oh, it's most probably an error by the consulate.
You sound as if you're trying to reassure me that everything's all right when it isn't. Well, some secretaries know their bosses too well for them to be taken in so easily.
So true. Tell me, Doris, what time did this Mr. Anderson come to your house?
About 10:30.
Last night?
Yes. You look surprised.
The accident hadn't happened then. Not until 5 hours later.
What's it all about, Mr. Hayward?
I wish I knew.
Well, why bring me over here? Mr. Hayward, I'm frightened.
Yes, well, pour the coffee before it goes cold. And you better ring for another cup.
Very good, Mr. Hayward.
And Doris, stop worrying.
And it was only yesterday I was thinking how much better things were.
How do you mean?
Well, 2 of the biggest outstanding debts were paid together. Both cheques arrived in the second post.
The accountant will be delighted.
I thought you would have been too.
Yesterday, before I learned a few modern facts of life, I might have been. Today, I see things in a new light.
Well, whatever does that mean?
That today, you are going back.
Oh, no, I'm not, Mr. Hayward. There's something very peculiar going on, and I'd feel happier staying here and seeing that you're all right. Your coffee.
What about you?
I'll ring for another cup, as you said, Mr. Hayward.
Oh, it's all right. I'll see to it.
Good morning, Mr. Hayward.
Crawley.
You don't seem very pleased to see me.
Do come in. Have you brought me another invitation?
I have, as a matter of fact.
You won't have met my secretary, Miss Wickham. Miss Wickham, this is Mr. Crawley. He was good enough last night to arrange an introduction with a prospective customer.
How good of him.
We're meeting again this morning. Mr. Crawley also runs an advertising agency in Essen.
How interesting.
And he's also attached to the consulate. An extremely busy man. And a most persuasive manner with him.
I didn't know your secretary was with you.
She wasn't, but she made a surprise visit. Do you think I ought to take her with me to this next meeting?
I thought it was meant to be an informal get-together. I wouldn't think you'd be needing your secretary.
No, I thought she might take a few notes on what we discuss.
Do you feel that is really necessary?
Well, I was just wondering what the form was. By the way, would you use your influence to get her a nearby room?
I'm sure I shall be able to help.
I'm sure you will.
In fact, while you're finishing dressing, I'll have a word with reception. You know, I don't think Miss Wickham need accompany you on this visit. You won't be too long, will you? The car's waiting outside. This way. We've come round the back and through the garage this time.
More cloak and daggerish, I suppose?
In daylight it is less conspicuous and therefore safer.
I suppose this is lesson number 1.
If you've decided to cooperate.
Oh, I might even have a drink this time.
Now, what'll it be?
A glass of the best local wine.
Oh, then I'll have one with you. I'm afraid we won't be able to tempt Crawley from his Americanized iced whiskey. They ice everything. The Americans, I mean. Will you join us in a glass of hock, Crawley?
I prefer my whiskey and ice, if you don't mind.
Very good. 1 iced whiskey.
Thank you.
Now, Haywood, it's not really local, but it's a hock I think you might like. Steinberger Cabinet. It's from a 70-acre vineyard planted by monks in the 12th century. Even now they lay the wines to mature in the ancient Kloster Eberbach monastery. I'm not a Christian myself, but I feel we owe so much to them.
It's virtually impossible to be a Christian in your line of business, I should think.
Ethics are essential in everything. In spying, that human virtue, loyalty, is so much appreciated by both sides. And both sides tend to punish the transgressors. Here we are. Estate-bottled Staatsdomain.
Both sides also tend to bump off their defectors.
Put crudely, yes.
How can you have ethics when you're considering the pros and cons of obliterating a former colleague?
But can't a man, by his own action, deprive himself of the right of life? Your wine.
Thank you.
Cheers. To our long association.
I prefer fruitful association.
Mocking though you may be, I'll drink to that.
Cheers.
Now to the business in hand. As you may know, your business problems have been taken care of, and your cash flow is quite healthy.
Now that you've opened the dam you built.
You'll be more than recompensed for your trouble.
But if I hadn't agreed, I'd have been bankrupt. Last night you said that very thing yourself.
You're making it very difficult, Haywood.
I intend to. Peace comes after conflict.
Why should we be in conflict?
Because you nearly bankrupted me. I'm supposed to be grateful now, am I, because you removed the obstacle you first put there? Well, I'm not.
What can I do, then?
I'll tell you. As a businessman, I'm going to talk business. You want me to do something that's very important to you, or you wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. Last night you found an excuse to even bring my secretary over.
Because she's a good cover for you. Boss and his secretary.
I don't want her involved.
She already is. She can't be taken back now, or it looks suspicious. Why should a boss send for his secretary for just a few minutes' conversation? The return airfare wouldn't justify it. But a boss would be delighted to have his secretary around in important business negotiations, which also mean important letters being sent out giving details of whatever is being offered. He would find her invaluable for his urgent correspondence.
You're as cold as the ice in Crawley's whiskey, Robson. Cold and calculating.
I just appreciate the facts of life.
You're ruthless.
That's what I'm paid for.
So was Himmler.
I'm amazed that, feeling as you do, you want to work for us.
You've given me little choice. You can have my loyalty, Robson, but don't expect devotion.
What else can I expect?
A job well done, After a wasteful youth, I found that one of the great joys in living is in finishing things. Any job finished brings human joy, a Spanish philosopher once said. Even a do-it-yourself job, when completed, brings great satisfaction. So I'll try to finish this thing for you, whatever it is.
Yes, I think you will, Haywood.
So what do you want me to do?
Merely to stay around and look for your friend Dave, as any old friend would.
Oh, come, surely it's more than that.
No, just that. You see, Haywood, in this game, everyone knows everyone else. We know the Russians and their setup, and they know ours, as we do Peking and the Americans. For want of a better word, you're clean. You're not known. You're what you are, a genuine textile wholesaler. Any checks by them, and they do check our cover firms, will produce the genuine article. That'll give us the time we need.
For what?
The less you know, the longer you'll stay alive, Haywood. The only other information I will give you is that your friend Dave has the best chance if you cooperate. Crawley will be your contact, and this is a number to ring in an emergency. Now, is there anything else?
Yes. The fee for my services and risking my life.
Oh, I'm sure that can be taken care of.
But I'm a businessman. I've weighed up the situation, and now I know the value of my services.
Which is what?
£20,000 paid into my account before I begin.
Ridiculous.
Is it?
You know it is.
On the contrary. For all the trouble you've taken to involve me and my secretary, I'm sure I'm worth every penny. I don't intend to move or do anything until the money's paid in. Obviously, you're not going to tell me everything, but it's something very big, and I'm going to be risking my life. So, I'm doing it for two reasons. For my old friend Dave, whom you so cleverly used, and for my business. Well, you've heard my going price, and you can take it or leave it.
You've exaggerated the importance of this thing.
In that case, we're wasting each other's time.
Now, wait a minute.
This wine's rather good, Robson. What did you say the name of it was?
Steinberger Cabinet.
Yes, I must remember to get some on my way back to the hotel. You can ring me there and let me know your decision.
As an old friend, you could start by going to Dave's travel agency. As an old friend, you could also borrow his Jaguar. I'm sure he must have said you could borrow his car when he rang you.
Not that I recall.
Then it must have been an oversight on his part. Another glass of hock?
I'd love one.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Haywood. Well, what's that you've got?
A bottle of Steinberger Cabinet, because I think we've landed a rather large order.
From whom?
Another government contract, Doris.
Well, I hope the delay in payment isn't as long as the last one.
No, Doris. I'm now learning the best way of dealing with this government department. They're even paying in advance.
You're pulling my leg again, Mr. Haywood.
Get the glass, or glasses, from the bathroom and let's have a drink. Afterwards, I want to see if my old friend Dave is at his travel agency.
I thought he arranged to meet you here.
Yes, he was delayed. I must find out when he's due back. Have you got the glasses?
I can only find one. We could share it.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm an old friend of Mr. David Thomas. He was supposed to meet me last night at the Hotel Kelhoff.
Mr. Thomas is away on business still.
But he definitely agreed to be there. Surely there's a message for me here. Look, my name is Haywood. I'm a good friend of Mr. Thomas.
So am I.
What of that, Mr. Haywood?
We'd arranged to meet last night, but he didn't arrive.
I think you'd better come through to the flat. Please make yourselves at home, Mr. Haywood.
What a beautiful flat Mr. Thomas has.
I designed it for him. Trouble is, he is here so seldom.
Oh?
He travels a great deal. I wish he wouldn't. I want him to settle down. I want to settle down with him. I want him to marry me. You look surprised, Mr. Haywood.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to.
Most people are. What is the English word for it? Vamp, I think. I look a vamp, a good-time girl, no?
Well stacked would be the polite English expression.
But I want to have babies and a husband who comes home and sits and chats with me. Men never want to make conversation with me because I am, how do you say it?
Well stacked?
Well stacked. Yeah. They just look on me and well-stacked women like me as instruments for their pleasure.
The mind and the soul are far more important, don't you think?
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more.
Helga.
Helga. I understand Dave arranged for me to borrow his Jaguar while I'm here. You look worried.
The mention of the Jaguar makes me worried. It makes me also wonder if you are his friend.
Well, because I want to borrow his car?
No, but because so many people want to have that Jaguar. Already there have been 2 attempts to steal it since last night.
Oh, why is that?
With you being interested in the car, I thought you would be able to tell me, Mr. Haywood.
Well, I can only assure you that I'm a good friend of David's. Since we were in the forces here together. I think David would prefer me to have the car than anyone else.
And you say he rang you and asked you to come?
Yes. My secretary here took the call.
Oh, that's correct, Helga. He rang several times because Mr. Haywood was out at lunch. I also made a note that he wanted Mr. Haywood to meet him last night at the hotel opposite the station. In fact, I have my notebook here in my bag, if you wish to... I believe you. And you may take the car. Here are the keys.
Thank you. I'll arrange for some short-term insurance.
Have you heard from him at all since you arrived in Germany?
No. Have you in the last few days?
No, and I'm afraid.
What of?
I don't know. But something tells me David is in grave trouble. I think there's a car following us, Mr. Haywood.
I've been watching it through my mirror for some time, Doris.
Is that why you're making for the Autobahn?
The car that's been following us all these miles is quite inconspicuous. Deliberately so. Well, let's see what their not very noticeable car makes of this.
Mr. Haywood, you're going over 90.
100, Doris. 105. 110.
Mr. Haywood, I'm scared. Please.
115. 120. They're fast disappearing out of sight, Doris. Look round and tell me when all the cars behind us have disappeared from view.
Oh, you frightened the daylights out of me, Mr. Haywood.
Yes, but we lost that car.
Oh, what a lovely day. I just feel like picking those wild flowers in the field over there. Aren't they pretty?
Well, why don't you?
What are you going to do, Mr. Haywood?
Examine the car.
Whatever for? Your car's like this one, isn't it?
Yes. And as a Jaguar owner, there's one place I would hide things that only a Jaguar owner would know where to look.
You mean you think that the people trying to steal it were looking for something here in the car?
See if the handbook is in the glove compartment. This is a later model of mine, but I should imagine the fuse is still in the same place.
Yes, Mr. Haywood. Jaguar Operating Maintenance and Service Handbook.
Yeah, that's the one. Look up fuses in the index.
Page 72, fuses. Ah, here. The fuses are located behind the instrument panel, and access to them is obtained by removing the 2 instrument panel retaining screws, top left and right hand corners.
Which are here and here. You unscrew that one, Doris. I'll do this one.
I always thought that this was solid wood, especially with all those instruments being in it.
Exactly. And hey, presto.
Well, what's all the wiring?
Circuits and fuses. Now. Oh, what's this?
How did you know there would be anything behind that little tube?
That little tube is a fuse, Doris. It's just that if I had an English car like this and wanted to hide something that would be difficult for foreigners to find, but where a person familiar with this type of car would look, then this is the place.
What's that piece of paper wrapped round the little tube?
That we shall soon find out. First remove the fuse. So.
It's a very small piece of paper.
But big enough for an address. Langerman, Antique Books, Essen.
Well, to find the road or street, we just need a phone book.
Yes, there's something else on the back. But it's so minute I can hardly read it.
The first word looks like late.
Yes, and the last is night.
But I can't make out the 2 words in between.
I think I can guess them. Into the...
Late into the night. Whatever does it mean?
Late into the night. I wonder, Doris. I wonder.
Yes, we speak English. We have many English clients.
It was one of your English clients, a friend of mine, who recommended you.
Oh, very good.
I'd like to speak to the proprietor about purchasing a rare book.
Oh, my husband, Herr Langerman, is the proprietor, but he is away on business. Can I help you, sir?
I'm sure you can.
What is the title of this rare book you wish to purchase?
Oh, I'm not buying, I'm selling. The book belongs to my friend, Mr. Thomas. It's a book on poetry containing a fascinating item called Late into the Night.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
From your rather startled expression, I thought you did understand all too well.
If this is an English practical
Let me give you the
joke...
punchline, then. On this slip of paper is my phone number and the price I require.
£20,000?
I'm finding it an almost standard fee these days. And by the way, there are other interested purchasers, Mrs. Langerman. Good day.
Your room key, Mr. Haywood?
Please. Are there any messages for me?
Your secretary, Miss Wickham, asked me to let you know she has gone shopping. She's in the next room, 307, which was requested by Mr. Crawley.
No adjoining doors, I hope?
No, sir.
Crawley? Well, you gave me a shock sitting there. Crawley? Are you all right? Good Lord. Hello, I want to speak to Robson.
Robson speaking, Haywood.
Crawley is in my room. He has a neat hole in his head, and he's clutching the Oxford Book of English Verse.
How bad is he?
Well, let's say he'll never need another iced whiskey.
Then I would advise you to go to the Café Garten immediately, Haywood.
Coffee, left.
Ah, Mr. Haywood.
Balaka.
Yes, and with your good Irish lady. As you will perceive, she has taken up my offer to show her around Essen.
In broad daylight, to be on the safe side.
Well, I understand that you were too modest the other night, Colonel. That you're no ordinary trade delegate. Your freedom of movement is unusual for a textile technician. Though I noticed the other night when I brought up the subject of textiles, you immediately veered away from it.
My capitalist friend, I will confess to you that my knowledge of textiles is very limited, and sometimes people come as delegates who shouldn't. I am one of them.
What's this you two are on about?
Mr. Haywood appears to have been checking my credentials.
Good for him.
Who told you I was a colonel?
Someone made a point of telling me, without any questions from me, that I should stay clear of you, as you're thought to be a KGB colonel.
Balak of you villain, you're a persecutor.
Slanders to ruin whatever affection a good Irish woman may have for me.
Then you've lost nothing on that score.
Mrs. O'Connell, you remind me of my first wife.
You mean she'd no affection for you either? And how's your present wife?
Like you, Mrs. O'Connell, I too have suffered bereavement, and apart from 3 children, I am alone.
A likely story.
A pity. No one believes the truth these days.
Sir. Thank you, waiter.
Come on, Colonel. I want to get back to my hotel before dark.
So you don't want a coffee, and you don't like my company. Let's go, then. We bid you a good day, Mr. Haywood.
Goodbye now.
You can, I hope, admire the beautiful flower beds, Mrs. O'Connell.
Mr. Haywood.
Doris, what the hell are you doing here? You're not one of them, are you?
One of them, Mr. Haywood?
Well, I just don't know who to trust, Doris.
Mr. Haywood, what have I done?
How did you know to come here?
Well, a man, an Englishman stopped me in the street and told me you wanted me, and he directed me here.
They were obviously following you.
Who was following me?
Government employees, I suspect.
Checking on the currency we're spending. Is that what they're doing?
Yes, could very well be. Here, have this coffee. It's just been brought.
Mr. Haywood.
What is it?
That man. Walking past the kiosk there. Well, he was the one who told me to come here.
He's coming this way.
To us?
Most probably going to buy us a coffee, Doris.
Mr. Haywood?
It is.
Oh, my name is Robson.
Ah, such a common name round here. This is my secretary, Miss Doris Wickham.
How do you do? My first name's Jim, by the way. Look, can I get you a coffee or a beer?
Oh, I've just got one, thank you.
I'll have a beer with you, Jim.
Waiter, 2 beers, please.
Yes, sir.
I understand you directed my secretary here, Jim.
Yes.
How did you know where to find me?
I was told you would be coming, and to arrange for Miss Wickham to meet you.
And I suppose your instructions came from a mutual friend of ours?
Your supposition is quite correct. Here come the beers.
So.
Thank you. Did you know that this place lets you buy the beer mugs? Quite attractive, aren't they? Cheers.
Cheers. I wouldn't mind buying a beer mug. How much would it cost?
Oh, a few marks.
I'll have a couple. I should make quite a profit if I pull off a book deal I'm working on.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, just a little business I'm undertaking. You'll arrange for the beer mugs?
Oh, yes.
Good. Now, what else will you be doing for us?
Taking you back to your hotel in a few minutes.
So the room's been spring-cleaned already?
I do believe it has, Mr. Hayward.
Spring clean?
An extra service I didn't know existed till I came here, Doris. Well, the place looks all shipshape.
I would hardly describe it as being spring clean. Though someone has been busy cleaning. There's water been spilled near the chair. It's still wet.
What a bargain these beer mugs were. Come in, Robson. We can have a drink.
I don't think I've got time, Mr. Hayward. Must be on my way. Though, before I go...
Yes?
I was asked to collect a book left by your last visitor.
Which last visitor?
The one you rang the other Mr. Robson about.
But I was told to leave everything as it was and go for a coffee. To the place where I met you, in fact.
But the book wasn't left here.
Wasn't it?
What is all this about? What book? Who was the mysterious visitor you kept to yourself? What's going on between you?
Ask Mr. Robson.
Well, Mr. Robson?
As I said, I don't have time to stay. I must be on my way.
Thanks for the lift, and the beer mugs.
Don't mention it.
Mr. Hayward, you are behaving very strangely. Having worked for you for so long, I know when you pretend to be a little mystified about something, that you're covering up.
Whatever do you mean, Doris?
That you know where the book is.
Walls have ears, Doris.
And that man we've just met was sinister. He could pass for a hired assassin.
It's amazing, the people you meet abroad these days.
And that's another method you have of covering up, making light of things.
You know me so well, Doris, that I think if everything works out, I ought to marry you.
Mr. Hayward.
Do you know what worried me most when the firm was in danger of going under?
What was it, Mr. Hayward?
That you'd be leaving, and that I might not see you again. I realized I'd miss you very much. I began analyzing why I hadn't married. I suppose it was coming from a broken home.
Oh.
And an attractive woman like you must also have a reason for not marrying.
You never asked me.
Look, I've got that big house in Brummel. I have a daily help whom I'm sure would be delighted to look after your mother. Take your glasses off, Doris, and come here.
But Mr. Hayward...
But Mr. Hayward, nothing.
Mr. Hayward... I knew you could kiss like that.
In modern parlance, do you fancy me, Doris?
I always have, Mr. Hayward. Always worshipped you from afar.
From too far. You should have given me some indication.
You shouldn't have been so blind. Wear my glasses.
And it would have to be till death do us part. Nothing in between.
Wonderful. And I would insist on being married by a priest at Mass. My convent education.
Hayward speaking.
I believe you have a book of poetry for sale.
That's correct.
I am representing Herr Langerman. When can we see it?
I haven't got it with me. It's being carefully preserved. I need 24 hours.
24 hours, then. I will call you again.
Ah, never a dull moment. I think it's time we went for another drive, Doris.
First, you go off suddenly left, like this, right across the traffic. And then you go first right down a side street. Then left, and first right again, and continue weaving your way through side streets. Anything following?
Not that I can see.
2 more turns and we'll soon be certain. It's a method the KGB teach. And 1 more to the right. And no car is following us. Even if someone was following us at the beginning of the maneuver, he soon realizes what's happening, that he hasn't a cat in hell's chance of not giving himself away, so he gives up. It's stupid to try to keep close contact, because another method is for the leading car to drive into a dead end, and when the following car is lured in, a third car then seals off the exit.
Like me, you read too many thrillers. You're obviously reveling in it.
Cowboys and Indians all over again.
No, aren't you going to tell your future wife what's happening?
You know, you haven't called me Mike yet.
After calling you Mr. Hayward all these years, it's going to be rather difficult. Mike. There, I've said it. Mike. I like it.
So do I. Who made that stupid remark, boys never make passes at girls who wear glasses? It's rubbish.
So why are you taking off my glasses?
To kiss you again?
Not until I know what's been happening and what I'm letting myself in for.
I see you're still keeping that firm rein on me, Miss Wickham. No suspicious cars about?
No.
Well, when I arrived, I asked for Dave. And believe it or believe it not, I'm still looking.
Now you're a clay pigeon. Mike, what you just told me, it's made me scared stiff.
I came to meet Dave. If he's still alive, I'd like to finish what I started.
Why are you keeping the book?
I'm playing for time. What I want you to do is to go back to England on the next plane and stay there until I send for you.
Until death us do part, remember? I want to make sure we get married before the death us do part bit. I'm staying.
It's no good the two of us sticking our necks out.
I'm already involved. Both our necks are already stuck out, and going to England only means temporary removal from the firing line. Might not be even temporary.
All right, then. But I still want you to go to England. You can arrange for your mother to move into my house. I'd rather have her in the hands of my daily help than whoever's looking after her at the moment. And while you're in England, you can buy 2 OBEVs and bring them back with you on tomorrow morning's flight.
You're still the boss?
And I intend always to be.
Good.
Ah, so you're not a woman's liver.
Most women, whatever they say, are looking for a man to dominate them. Why do you think 98% of secretaries prefer to work for a male boss?
Well, not being a secretary, I wouldn't know. Now to catch your flight. Then I'm going to see a woman of ripe, abundant charms, rounded lines, and full figure. Well stacked was how I think we described her.
Have you any further information about David, Mr. Hayward?
No, I haven't, and time is running out.
What makes you say that, Mr. Hayward?
Because I think you're holding something back. You're closer than anyone to David, and I'm sure he would have tried some way to contact you.
No, the phone was tapped. He never trusted the telephone.
You're not helping him by keeping things back, Helga.
Mr. Hayward, I am not a fool. When this important thing which David has reaches either side, then he will be dispensable. Until they get it, they must keep him alive.
Well, that's been my reasoning too, Helga. Why not trust me?
Could I? I feel so alone, no one to turn to.
Does a book of poems mean anything to you?
The Oxford Book of English Verse.
That's the one. What do you know about it?
David has a little cabin in the Harz Mountains. I had a feeling he might try to make for it. The border is quite close. He wasn't there, but someone had recently been in the cabin. I sensed it. I can't explain why.
Yeah, I understand.
We used to go on picnics, David and I. Not far from the cabin, we found our tree. It seems so silly repeating it. Something so personal, intimate. How can you possibly understand?
I do understand. You're in love.
It seems so banal, doesn't it?
No. Life itself is composed of a great many little things. So often the little things are the most important.
I see you do understand. The tree is on the mountain slope overlooking the town. We had found a squirrel was storing nuts in it. We went there often.
Helga, what did you find the last time you went?
Our tree's just over there.
They all look alike to me. Pine trees everywhere.
But look around this side. I'll scrape a few leaves away from the foot of it.
There's a hollow.
It's still here. I got it. You see? A canvas bag. And inside? Just a book.
A book of verse?
Yes. How did you know?
The Oxford Book of English Verse. Now, there should be 4. 2 more arriving shortly.
I don't understand.
I am just beginning to.
Mike! Oh, I'm glad to see you. I've had all sorts of imagined disasters happen to you.
Did you get the books?
In my carrier bag.
Everything went all right?
Yes. Mother's at your house. Oh, and I broke the news to her that we're getting engaged.
5 minutes before the wedding. I don't believe in long engagements.
Well, I'll tell Mother that you swept me off my feet and married me.
You can send her a postcard.
Now, where are we going?
High in the Harz Mountains. I found a little chapel in the forest with an empty adjoining house. I've rented it. We're going to repeat our rapid right and left turns to remove any pursuers and head for the mountains.
And a stream, too.
All mod cons. And a companion.
A companion?
Helga, David's good friend. I've got a job for the 2 of you.
Must be an airy place at night.
Which is why I arranged for Helga to stay. You'll both be safer here.
Smells like Helga's been cooking.
Ah, you have arrived. I found a little oven, so I started to cook.
Ah, that was delicious.
Thank you.
Now to work. Here I have 4 books of verse. We look for a poem containing the words late into the night. Then we see how one version differs from the rest.
Differs in what way?
Ah, that is the question. Here we are, page 707.
Yes.
Now, I've got the book we found in the tree. Helga has the one left in my hotel room.
The one you pretended to know nothing about?
The very one.
And I have the 2 I brought from England.
Lord Byron, and we'll go no more a-roving. Now, let's line the books up on the table, all open at this page. So, we'll go no more a-roving, so late into the night.
Looks exactly the same to me. Same number, same place, same wording.
Not exactly. Mine's different. So, we'll go no more a-roving, so late into the night. There's a comma too many.
What?
Look, all the others read, so late into the night, not
Yes.
so, comma, late into the night.
But what's in a comma?
A microdot? Hayward speaking.
Mr. Hayward, the book. Do you have it yet?
Yes, but not with me. Have you got the money?
We have. We also have something else for you. Listen carefully.
Oh! Mike! Give them what they want.
Dave.
Give
Dave,
them what they want.
are you all right? Look, what is it they want, Dave?
The book. You must let them have it, Mike. It's the only way.
Dave?
Your friend has given you good advice, Mr. Hayward.
If you want the book, you better put him on again.
It's not a recording, Mr. Hayward. He really is here. But he is in some pain. Listen. Now you can speak to him again.
I can't stand it any longer, Mike.
How do I know this isn't a recording?
Ask me a question.
How many cigarettes do you smoke a day now?
Still the 20 I used to. You might bring some English cigarettes too.
Are you satisfied, Haywood? Now for your instructions. At precisely 4 a.m., you are to bring the book to the boating jetty on the Weser at a point 8 miles north of Minden. You will take the road to Nienburg until you come to an inn called Eulenspiegel.
You must give me time to write it down. Weser, 8 miles north of Minden. Road to Nienburg in Eulenspiegel.
A kilometer beyond the inn, there is a road on the left which runs down to the river.
Left
Take it.
river.
The jetty is at the end of it. Come alone. You will be watched all the way. If anyone tries to come with you, your friend will die. Painfully.
The Weser is on my left, and I think I can see the inn Eulenspiegel in the headlights. By the way, I hope you're still receiving me out there, Robson. Yes, the Eulenspiegel. Now, 1 kilometer further on, there should be the road on the left running down to the riverside. I'm approaching it now. I'm turning left. Dark and lonely enough down here. Right, this is as far as I can go. The jetty is picked out in my headlights. No one appears to be there. I'm getting out now. Right, here goes. They're coming from behind and in front.
I've got him where I want him. Now, where are you keeping my friend?
I don't know.
Right, down in the water you go. Talk or drown.
I'll talk. At Langermann's, in books to Sweden consignment.
Did you get that, Robson? My men surrounded the bookshop an hour ago. They'll go straight in. Good work, Haywood. For a minute, we thought you'd had it.
So did I.
Ah. You need a brandy, hot bath, and dry clothes, Haywood.
And explanations.
Oh, you're entitled to them. But first tell me how you managed to take those 2 KGB East German assassins. They were pros.
Yeah, so were the commandos.
Of course, you were with David. By the way, he was found alive in a consignment of books for Sweden. Inside a wooden box, all neatly nailed down. The hospital's checking him over now.
Oh, that's a relief. Oh. Well, as soon as I heard the other footsteps, I threw myself flat, just in time to see guns blaze.
Mm-hmm.
I shot at the nearest gun flash and hit him. Then I zigzagged in the darkness, and the other one emptied his revolver. I moved rapidly in on him, connected him with a kung fu blow, and followed him into the water. It was just a question of ducking him until he talked. Now, what about you doing some straight-talking, Robson? You could begin by explaining why we have so many Robsons.
Oh, to cause confusion. The more the better. They didn't know which one to hit. Though they got the right one first time. He was the one they pushed out of the hotel window. He was in room 409, in the hope Dave could make contact. Dave's code name was also Robson. As you will have gathered, David was a British agent. His businesses were a sort of clearinghouse for information from out of Russia.
So what went wrong?
Recently, we had quite a breakthrough. One of our agents inside the Soviet Union had for years been compiling a list of potential defectors, men who wanted more freedom of conscience and action. They were all highly placed in important posts. Some were even in the ranks of the KGB.
Political dynamite.
Well, quite. But somehow they got to know about it. Before we could smuggle it out, our agent was liquidated. Though not before he deposited the book of verse with a microdot comma in one of our dead letterboxes.
And so Dave was sent in to get it?
Yes, but he too was blown. He managed to cross the border near the Hearts, and then we lost contact. And Dave couldn't come to us because we were all known and under surveillance. Phones were tapped. Our whole network was known to them.
So, somewhere in your top ranks, you have a de facto double agent?
It would appear so. We don't know how much information they have, and what was obviously leaked.
So I was brought in?
And you were completely clean, though for a few months we had been preparing you in case of such an emergency.
By controlling my company's cash flow?
You'll be more than recompensed.
How can you make recompense for blackmail?
All I can say is you should wait and see.
I can't wait.
That would be rather a pity. We owe you a great deal. Well, as I was saying, David was a hunted man. It was too dangerous for him to try and pass it on to any established British agent because it was odds on he was blown. They were also moving in and eliminating our contacts, which is why Robson was pushed out of the window. A complete stranger to them was required. Someone outside.
And I fitted the bill.
You were perfect. The genuine businessman. And you had booked your seat months ago.
David, on the run, dialed me direct from a phone box. A call that couldn't be traced.
He would never have appeared at the hotel. But there were many ways he could have got the book to you.
But they got him first.
Yes. So, we decided we would use you to smoke something out. As an old friend of David's, you were perfect. They couldn't make up their minds about you. When they did, it was too late. Obviously, we helped the confusion by producing more books of verse and more Robsons. We knew they would make him talk. Our aim was to throw them off the scent.
Just like a game of cowboys and Indians. But everyone was using real bullets and real corpses.
It's a dirty game, Haywood. I admit it.
One that you seem to enjoy.
But not one you would like to be recruited into?
I wouldn't even be blackmailed into it in future.
Pity. I could certainly use you.
Yes, use being the operative word. You have a way of using people, Robson. Or whatever your name is.
For another few weeks I'll keep Robson. Always variety in the game, Haywood.
Oh, talking of variety, I think I've done a variation on the chess game ending.
Oh?
I left a sealed envelope with the newspaper Bild Zeitung to be opened in case anything happens to me. Or if I don't bring them within a certain period of time. Fascinating information about the little set-up the British have around Essen and Dusseldorf.
I see. But where is the book with the extra comma?
The book is in the mountains, but the page it was on has had certain things done to it.
What? What has happened to it?
Well, I worked out that every name on that list is in danger of being dispatched into eternity at any moment. I doubt if they wanted to be on the damn list, but by listing them, you have endangered their lives. You've made them even a bigger threat. You've turned dissenters into potential fifth columnists.
What has happened to the Microdot?
Well, I'm coming to that. I thought about all the trouble it had caused, and I wondered what would happen to it in your hands. You would send it back to London, but London could have a double agent at the moment. Or in a year's time, or 10 years' time. The names on that list are human beings whose existence would be constantly threatened.
What did you do with it?
Well, first I burned the page on a lovely old stove. Then I scattered the ashes in a mountain stream. Poetic end to something so nasty. Espionage, international prying.
You are a traitor.
No, Robson, just too old for cowboys and Indians. But I leave you with this thought. It is a fact that more valuable information is gathered from published material than from old-fashioned spies.
For richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health.
For richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health.
Until death us do part.
Until death us do part.
You look worried, Michael. What is it?
I didn't want to tell you at the time, but we had two sinister guests at our wedding. Colonel Balakev, tucking himself out of sight behind a pillar, and Mrs. O'Connell.
Mrs. O'Connell?
Yes. She and Balakev have been watching me like hawks. Balakev, I'm sure, has been giving the orders.
The man with a beaming smile and blood on his hands.
There's a car coming up the track. Talk of the devils.
We may have to make a dash for it into the woods.
Not from Mrs. O'Connell.
You mean you know her?
A girl's aunt ought to come to her wedding.
Your aunt?
There's something I should explain. But first, Auntie wants to give me a hug. Auntie Claire?
Doris, me darling.
I was coming this way, so I offered your aunt a lift.
He has a bolt hole through the border wire up here, I think.
Always she thinks I have an ulterior motive. Tell me, as the only other man at the ceremony beside the groom, does that make me best man? And if so, can I too hug the bride?
Certainly not. No heathen, atheistic, communist colonel's going to hug a Christian bride. Not while I'm about. Especially when the bride's me niece.
You may remember, Michael, the night before you left, I told you my mother's sister was overstaying with us.
And you left the office a few minutes earlier than usual?
Yes, well, this is Auntie Claire O'Connell, my mother's sister.
And when Doris told me you looked like getting yourself into trouble, and I found we were on the same
flight. Auntie Claire?
Well, I was coming to Dusseldorf, and so I got Doris to change my flight as well, so as I could keep an eye on you.
Next you'll be telling me this is Uncle Boris.
This truth business is catching. Unfortunately, I am what you think I am. And there is a convenient entrance and exit into these mountains. As you say, a bolt hole.
Well, before you bolt, you can take me to the nearest station. I've a lot of demonstration weaving to catch up on.
Your aunt is a fine figure of a woman, Mrs. Haywood. And you, Mr. Haywood, did the right thing in disposing of that badly punctuated poem. Printed in Poland. They do a lot of English editions now, but errors do creep in.
If you know that much, you'd have soon been in possession of the names.
Who knows? My own name might have been on it, especially after my association with a female member of an Irish trade delegation.
Well, and have you no more fine feelings, Boris? It's time we left the newlyweds alone. Goodbye, Doris.
We must talk about you exporting cloth to us, Mr. Haywood.
Yes, I think I'll stick to the home market, but no government contracts.
Bye, Auntie. I think the Colonel's fallen for you.
I'd be grateful if you'd mention none of this to your mother, Doris, me dear. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. At last we're alone. Now I'm going to bolt the door.
You've been listening to Late into the Night, written especially for radio by William Keenan, with Anna Cropper as Doris Wickham and John Bennett as Michael Haywood. The part of Dave Thomas was played by Peter Ellis, Mrs. Claire O'Connell, Elizabeth Kelly, Colonel Balakev by David Marlowe, the occupant of room 409, Paul Webster, Inspector Meyer, the Essen Police by Ronald Herdman, Charles Crawley by Graham Tennant, Robson, John Lindstrom, Helga, Janet Dale, Frau Langemann, Juliet Cook. The Hotel Receptionist and the Stranger Jim by Geoffrey Back.